Welcome to the show. It is the Fine Art Auction, and welcome to the auction gallery.
And the way we put it together gives you a great opportunity to actually get them all. It's the best of the best. The silver proof Ikes.
What a great collection. What a great show. What a great night. My name's Ray Taylor, and I'll see you at the auction.
We're happy that you are joining us, and we look forward to showing you the highest quality artwork in the television market today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fine Art Auction. But first, the rules. All bidders must be registered, and if you're going to bid, make sure you know all the rules. First of all, there is a 10% buyer's premium added to each winning bid. Bidders will be responsible for shipping. All works are guaranteed to be as described, or you don't own it, and you may return it to us for a full and prompt refund. If for any other reason you decide to return your purchase, you may do so for up to 7 days after receipt. But in this case, the buyer's premium and shipping are non-refundable. It is mandatory that you obtain a RMA number for all returns. To obtain this number, simply call customer service during normal business hours. All artwork must be received back to us in exactly the same condition as when it was shipped. Please visit the shopabc.com website for a full list of terms and conditions that apply to all of our auctions. And now, from our studios in Atlanta, it's time once again for your hosts, Richard English and Mitch Carter. It's the Fine Art Auction. Tonight, we've got works from the masters, the latest up-and-coming street art, and tonight's featured work. From Atlanta to Los Angeles to New York, it's the Fine Art Auction. Live!
Hey! Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the show. Hope you're all doing very, very well. Look at this artwork around me. My goodness gracious. Ladies and gentlemen, the big debut tonight at 10:30 Eastern Standard Time of Ashley Rader. She is an Atlanta-based artist, ladies and gentlemen, and she will be joining us at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, live on the show to talk about her amazing artwork, ladies and gentlemen. She really is a superstar in the making. She already has a huge following, and we're going to learn all about her this evening, ladies and gentlemen. So stick with us. We've got a lot to get through. Mitch, I'm not going to waste time. We're coming straight to you in a moment, so get ready. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, lots to be offering this evening. We have Raphael, Carl Stryker, Albrecht Dürer, Édouard, Manet, Andy Warhol, Sarah Wall, Dotmaster, Picasso, Bruno Poji, right here, Salvador Dalí, a beautiful work on lambskin, Erte, Édouard, Master of Delft. Then at 10:30, the big show, the live debut here on the Fine Art Auction of the incredible Ash Rader. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get on with the show. Don't forget, everything comes framed, everything comes certified, same rules as we've had for the last 19 years. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go, and here is our art expert extraordinaire, Mr. Mitch Carter. Good evening, Mitch. Good evening.
Good evening, Richard. Thank you much. As always, it is a pleasure to be here. And yeah, tonight's lineup is just spectacular. Not only are we very pleased to have Ashley on board on our show, but we also have some really rare pieces. One by Manet and one that goes all the way back to the Renaissance period. That is, I think, I was talking with one of our producers today. It might be the rarest piece we've shown in the last 10 years. It's a really special work. I can't wait till we get to that. But overall, amazing works. But without further ado, let's jump right into it, shall we? Let's go. Let's get to our first piece. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our first piece is by the legendary Raphael. Now, give me just 1 second. Okay, we're just looking into a couple of things. Now, when we go back to the Renaissance period, there were four major players in the Renaissance movement: Michelangelo, Raphael, Rubens, and of course Leonardo da Vinci. With Raphael, let's actually start from the beginning, just so you have an idea. He was born in 1483. He passed away in 1520. He was primarily known for his Madonnas. That was a big thing that he was known for. He was, of course, a classical Renaissance painter. His real name, his full name, I should say, is Raphael da Sanzino do Urbino. Back in that time period, after you had a name, you listed where you were from. Isn't that amazing? It's kind of like something, if we thought about right now, I would be, for example, Mitch Carter of Park City, Utah. That's how they would, name a person. He studied quite a bit under his father, who was a man by the name of Giovanni Santi. In the year 1500, he had an apprenticeship with the great Perugino. That lasted 4 years. And then Raphael moved to Florence, and that's where his life would change immensely. Between 1504 and 1507 is when he painted his Madonnas, and starting around 1507 for the next 10 years, he did something very, very spectacular. He worked on images inside the Vatican Museum, or I should say the Vatican residence itself. It became known, or it is widely known now, as Raphael's Bible. Raphael's Bible. Let's go ahead and take a look at my screen. So, let's see. There we go. Thank you very much. So as we go through, these are some photos inside the Vatican. And as you can see, it was a massive undertaking. I mean, a huge undertaking. This took about 10 years. And the most important thing to remember, it'll pertain to the piece we're selling right now, the piece we're auctioning off, is that these were all frescoes. Now, a fresco, how it differs from any other painting, is a fresco is painted directly onto a wall, stone wall. So unlike canvas, it's painted directly onto stone. It means it's immovable. You can't move it. You can't protect it. If in times of war or anything else, you can't move it and put it into a bomb shelter like they did with other really important works, museum works during World War II, World War I, etc. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece, and then I have to pull one other thing up. So the piece that you're bidding on is hold on one sec, let me find it. I think it's right here. There we go. Let's go and show my screen. It is based on this piece. Now, this was the only photo I could find of it. Sometimes I can find photos without those watermarks, but this time I wasn't able to. So that is a photo of the exact fresco inside the Vatican. And the piece, of course, Solomon consecrated as king. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now, there's a couple of things that we always want to talk about. There's a couple other things that we definitely need to talk about. When it comes to artists from the Renaissance period, there are no prints made by any of their hand. And the primary reason for that is it did not exist during their lifetime. That medium, it hadn't even been invented yet during the lifetime of Raphael and Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo. So what is it that you're looking at? Around the early 1600s, I'd say about 1620 or so, is where we saw for the very, very first time any type of etchings and engravings. Any type of etchings and engravings come about. By 1650 or so, this was the same exact time period when Rembrandt was doing his work, we wound up seeing some extraordinary artists. And one of them was a man by the name of Nicholas Chaperon. Now, the person who did your piece, the one who actually did the engraving itself, was indeed the great Nicholas Chaperon. Now, to give you a little bit of an idea who Nicholas Chaperon was, he was one of the greatest engravers of that time period, and he was commissioned by the Pope to come into the Vatican. Now, by the way, just to be clear, this was done between around 1620 all the way to about 1780. So over about 160, 180 year period, there were multiple engravers that were able to have this privilege. And the primary reason was two things. One, the Pope wanted to make certain that this was something that they could, I guess, preservation. God forbid an earthquake happened and the Vatican crumbled and fell to the ground. There needs to be a record of this artwork. The second, which was also very, very important, this was the first time when the church, the Catholic Church, had the ability to share the stories of the Bible. Let's go ahead and show my screen one more time. These are some of the pieces by Nicholas Chaperon in major collections. That one's in the Royal Trust. There's another one in the Royal Trust. And the very piece you're bidding on is right here, located in the Harvard Museum of Art. And if we go down and look, Nicholas Chaperon right there. That is the very piece. Richard, back to you.
Go then, ladies and gentlemen, the first slot of the night, and thank you for calling in already. That's nice to see. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 400 then, the first work. Ladies and gentlemen, you know this is an extraordinary work from 1649. Let's go to your certificate of authenticity. Every work has gone through the research department prior to it coming here in front of myself or our legendary host, Mr. Ray Taylor, who's having a wonderful weekend, and he'll be back on Friday next week. This week, sorry. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Raphael, Sanzio da Urbino, the Italian master, born in 1483. He passed in 1520. This is the great piece, one of the most famous works ever created by Raphael, the Solomon Consecrated King. Solomon Consecrated King. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most famous pieces Raphael ever did. Original engraving printed in black ink on watermark laid paper. This is the first state. It is the first printing, and ladies and gentlemen, it was executed and printed by Nicholas Chaperon. Nicholas Chaperon was the printer, engraver to the Pope. The printer and engraver to the Pope, world famous, Nicholas Chaperon. His own work is in multiple museums. 1612 to 1656, he was prevalent in Rome, and he executed this work at the Vatican in 1649. This one is extremely rare, ladies and gentlemen, and it's got to be sold. Now let's get going on the auction, ladies and gentlemen. I can say once again, the framing is phenomenal, being beautifully framed by our world-class framers, ladies and gentlemen. They do an amazing job, so hats off to them. Ladies and gentlemen, the framing is included. A frame like this nowadays, you're talking close to $1,000 just to frame it. Try it yourself anywhere in America. The UK is not much better, and Australia, forget about it. I've worked in all places, ladies and gentlemen. This has Irish linen matting, the gold fillet, beautifully framed, white wood finish with a beautiful sort of cream tone to it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is on sale with you. It's in marvelous condition. Let's zoom in. Let's focus on the art. Thank you. Focus on the artwork, and let's take it back to our art expert. You've got 2 minutes with Mitch. Then it's sold. Here we go.
So ladies and gentlemen, just a couple other things just to alliterate. Let's go ahead and show my screen one more time. So here is the website or the Wikipedia page just for Nicholas Chaperon. So again, it's the work of Raphael, then it's engraved by this man right there. But take a look at where his works are. He has his own works in the Louvre. Right there, he has two, a painting as well as it looks like a study, a painting as well as a study. Once again, there is the piece that you're bidding on. That is in the Harvard Art Museum, so that's the exact piece. Now, I was able to find something really amazing for tonight's show that I'm normally not able to find, so something very, very different. Let's go ahead and open this up. Just to give you an idea, this is one of his paintings inside the Vatican. This is not a fresco, so that is on canvas. It's one of my favorite pieces called the Transfiguration. Now I wanted to share this with you. 1604 was one of the very first times any engraver had the opportunity to go in and look at these pieces and give a chance to engrave them by the frescoes from Raphael. But remember, in the early 1600s, engraving was really in its infancy. It was like in its beginner stages. So take a look at the one on the left from 1604, and then look at the one on the right from 1649. you can see a huge difference with your own eyes. You don't even have to be an art expert to see the amount of detail and depth is dramatically more powerful in the work by Nicolas Chaperon. Now, here are some examples of pieces by Chaperon that are for sale as we speak. This one was the Queen of Sheba, $11,500. This one, I got an email from the gallery owner offering a similar piece for $11,000. And then this one, 1649, Jacob's Dream, and that one is being offered at $8,500. And they are all, as you can see, 1649 by Nicolas Chaperon. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, and by the way, just on a complete side note, the largest complete collection of these works is held by the Harvard Art Museum. They were able to get not all of them, because a lot of these don't exist any longer, but they got a lot of them. Let's go ahead and go back to you, Richard.
On sale now, ladies and gentlemen, at $475 on this beautiful, beautiful Raphael. Look at the piece. It's 376 years of age. Any other auction in the world, I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, I'd have to start this at about 5,000 to 6,000. I'd expect it to go 10, 11, 12,000. That would be a fair bid range. I am about to sell it. You can zoom in one final time. Do you need the measurements, the frame or the image? Image. Okay, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving at a pace tonight. I'm going to put that in at 11.5 across, 11.5 on the width there, and 10.5 on the height. 11.5 by 10.5 on the image. The frame size is in the red on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. 475 is bid. 475. 475. This is absolutely phenomenal. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, give me your best and final bid. Last chance. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to Mitch. I will give you 30 seconds, the benefit of the doubt. Here is Mitch. Your final thoughts. We haven't even reached $500, Mitch. It's quite incredible. 376-year-old Raphael and his one of his most famous ever creations. Here is Mitch.
Now, this isn't actually an incredible piece, but I look at things a little bit differently. What Richard just said is absolutely true. This is a very, very special work. Remember, right now, as we speak, 2025, a lot of these frescoes inside the Vatican are forever damaged, and they have been for, gosh, nearly 100 some odd years. Nicolas Chaperon got to see these Raphaels when they were in perfect condition, but I want you to take a look at something real quick. Can you go ahead and show my screen? I'm showing you, these are Rembrandts, not Raphaels, but I'm showing you the difference between a great impression and a not so great impression. And they're from the exact same plate. They're from the identical plate. The difference is age and how much ink the plate had. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and go back and look at the piece. I look at two things with these pieces from 1649. I look at the darkest spots within the image, and I look to see if there's any sign of any type of the white specks showing through. And for me, the darkest spot is on the left-hand side between the horse and that gentleman who doesn't have a shirt on. That looks really, really dark to me. And as I look at that dark spot, I try to see if there's any real flecks of white coming through, and there isn't. The second thing, right, yeah, go down just a little bit. Yep, bring it down just a tad. Right there, do you see that line? See how the darkest spot of that line has absolutely no flecks of white whatsoever? So that means the plate was in excellent condition and the ink saturation is very, very, very good. Secondly, let's go back to the full image. When we look at any of the white parts where the paper doesn't have any ink, we look for stains or foxing, and there are none. This piece is in perfect condition. Richard, back to you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mitch. Great job as always. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm selling now. Take another 50. Give me a best and final bid. It's going right now. Right now, it's going under the hammer. Take another 50 off anyone, yes or no. It's got to go, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving a little bit quicker this evening. Got a lot going on later in the show. 10:30, Ashley Rader, live in the studio. Come on, I'll take 50 more. Take anyone else, yes or no, another one. Come on, best and final bid. I bet we get late bidders now. Going once, and I'm going to sell, ladies and gentlemen. We're going twice in the final time. Anyone else? I bet we get late bidders, but we have to move on. Sold and gone, thank you. Well done. Congratulations, I appreciate your bidding there, ladies and gentlemen, and you did very, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget the superstar artist coming our way. Your late bidders calling in, never mind, we're only on that piece about 15 minutes, but we do have to move on, ladies and gentlemen, so thank you for calling at least. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 401 is your next lot. Here we go, and it is, look at that, what a cute piece, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like me when I was young. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 401. I always remember in the summer, my mother found me asleep, lying face down in the grass of our garden. And she said, "Are you all right? Are you all right?" I just fell asleep, and when I woke up, you know what grass does to your skin? Well, my face looked like a relief map of the Himalayas. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this next piece is absolutely beautiful. It is Carl Stryker, British artist. It's called Just Don't Do It, Pooh. Just Don't Do It, Pooh. Obviously, Winnie the Pooh with the famous sports brand there. A little play on their slogan. Acrylic and spray enamel on canvas, signed and dated by the artist on the lower left. This is a large original painting on canvas. It's about 4 times the size of the typical originals that we get on paper. So bear that in mind when you're bidding, ladies and gentlemen. Value it accordingly. It's up to you. You can start where you like, we'll finish where you like, but there can only be one winner. So good luck. Here is Mitch on the beautiful Carl Stryker original on canvas. Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, when I first saw this in tonight's show, I have to admit, I'm chuckling now. I definitely laughed a little bit, and I joked around with my wife, and I said, you know, we got to get this piece and put it in our room. Because that is exactly how I feel when I'm about to go to the gym. I'm like, do I really want to go do this? Okay, all right, let's go. In fact, that's another thing I thought about with this particular work is how fun it would be to... There's no one that would actually do it. There's no one that would do it. But imagine if you're a gym owner and you put that in your gym. No one's going to do that, but I think that would really be funny. So anyway, just charming piece. So without further ado, I'm sorry I go on a little bit. Carl Stryker is a truly excellent example of how we can understand the street art world or the graffiti art movement. When we think about a movement, any art movement, the irony is there's no set date. It's not like, okay, this movement's going to last from July 1st, 2025 to, July 1st, 2030. It doesn't work like that. Some art movements were quite long as 20 some odd years. Some were quite short as 2 or 3 years. But if you, like Impressionism was a movement, Neo-Impressionism, what else is the Art Deco period? There's another one. Street art came about I almost want to say by accident. It was a very, very strange, it is easily the strangest art movement in the history of art. Why? Because every single artist has 2 things in common. One, they have no management at all. Unlike an artist who might be coming out of an institution who gets a manager or an agent and helps promote them and work on marketing and get them placed in galleries. That's been the norm in the art business for, decades and decades and decades. A street artist has to start off in a certain region in the world. It can be anywhere. For Carl Stryker, it was north central England. And the idea is to be persistent. You have to have an enormous amount of faith because there are thousands upon thousands of street artists in the world today that we're never going to hear of. The idea over time is to build a reputation for yourself that particular community sees you as a benefit and rather than a blight on society. The second thing is that every single street artist starts off as a criminal. Every one of them. Because when you put artwork on a wall without permission, whether that be a publicly owned wall or a private one, that is what? That is called vandalism. That is absolutely vandalism, and you can be arrested for it. So they tend to be very, very surreptitious, just like Carl Stryker is. We still don't know who he is. And then there was a third thing that I forgot to mention. Street art is the very first movement to take place during the era of social media and computers. The last big movement was pop art, and that took place in the 1970s. Andy Warhol never had an Instagram account, and neither did Lichtenstein. So let's go ahead and show my screen. So this is the overall, again, just the big picture. The artist puts an image on a wall, takes a picture of it, places it on all types of social media, and with any luck, they then get people commenting saying, oh my gosh, this is really cool, this is amazing. Things like, I need a piece like this for your work, for my collection, I love you, love your work, etc. And that is slowly how they can build a career. Here is, again, my favorite example. We love this. Is this for sale? That is how a street artist builds their career, is through social media and lots of exposure. Now, Stryker has been known for using Peanuts, Winnie the Pooh, and a few other characters from different types of animation. Richard, back to you.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, lot 401. Carl Stryker, Just Don't Do It Pooh. It looks like we've got bidders in. Who's in the lead now, John? Pennsylvania, thank you so much. Carl Stryker, British artist, born in 1978. Just Don't Do It Pooh. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be moving on at a fairly decent pace this evening, so be aware we do have a big section of the show, an hour and a half devoted to the new superstar, Ashley Rader, coming up at 10:30 tonight. Acrylic and spray enamel on canvas. It is signed and it is dated by the artist on the lower left. It is a unique work. It was executed by Stryker in 2023. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful piece. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that is an original on canvas. Let's go to the artwork. Let's focus on that for a second. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'll just show you that typically the originals are on paper. They're about this size. Then they're framed. So if you look at that, it's about 4 times the size of a regular original that we have on the show. So bear that in mind. Think about it, because the originals on canvas in London, probably something like this, not much change out of about $11,000 or $12,000 now. So ladies and gentlemen, have a look at this, the original. Some of his pieces are way over $30,000 now. I'm going to put the frame in there. I'm going to double check it in a second. 29. I just wanted you to focus on the art for a second. 29 by 29. Let's go back and let's go to Mitch. Thank you very much. The bid's $550. Let's get going. You've got 2 minutes with Mitch.
So with these 2 minutes, let's take a moment and just review Carl Stryker's career. Let's go ahead and go to my computer real quick, please. So this was one of the first pieces that he did, and it happens to be a region in north central England that's filled with sheep. And so it's a farming community, and this, by the way, is a bus stop. Interesting, right? Doesn't look like bus stops here in America, but that's a bus stop where he created an image of that sheep. And these are some of his images over time. Again, all over north central England. This is an example of what great street artists do. They find something within the environment and then create an artwork out of that environmental item. In this case, a heavy steel door. He looks at it, and what does he think? That's a pretty, that lock's a pretty decent lock. And he paints an image of Snoopy trying to break his friend Woodstock out of prison. But over time, and then he does the reverse one on the door next to it. I thought that was very clever. That's what great street artists do, is work within the environment. How you know you're starting to take off is 2 things. When the city itself starts to protect the artwork, and then of course the really big one is when you start getting news publications. This was his first really big break. Now, it took place in 2014, so that's 11 years ago. Living North is a huge magazine that covers all of Northern England, and the front page said, "Who is Carl Stryker, an elusive artist or an urban vandal?" And then only a few years later, 4 years later to be exact, they started referring to him as the Teesside Banksy for the very first time. And that was it. His career started taking off like a rocket. That is a small image on paper. That particular piece is $10,000 currently for sale right now. There is, again, I would call it a medium-sized canvas. The one you're bidding on is a 29 by 29. This one's only a 24 by 24, and it is for sale for $10,500. And that is a print. That's a limited edition print, screen print edition of 200 for $3,000. That gives you an idea of what his works do indeed sell for. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. And on a complete side note, the record on our show is $21,000. But I always like to make sure that I'm very, very clear. That piece was huge. That piece was the size of a billboard. That was a really, really big piece of art. But that one sold on our show for $21,000. His record in the retail setting is $35,000. And again, that's also a very, very, very big piece. And if I can, let's see if I can find it real quick. There we go. I'm going to show you some photos. Let's go ahead and show my screen. These are some pictures from you, our collectors, who watch our show regularly. And I asked, and I always ask, I love getting photos of your artwork in your home. So by all means, send them to me on Instagram. And this is one of the examples of Carl Stryker's works in your homes. And they just look, you know, they're fun. That's what they're meant to be. Now, not all of it, like the ballerina, the spray paint angel, not all of his work is charming. Some of it's quite sensitive, but most of them are just fun. They're just humorous, comical. Let's go back to the piece. And this one, I have to say, as far as humor goes, I think is the funniest one we've seen. Of course, we've got the Nike swoosh. What's their motto? Just do it, right? And we've got Winnie the Pooh going, not today. I really do love that. Richard, back to you.
Lead at 1,000 bid. I'm selling now, America. It's on sale and with you. I won't be going back to Mitch. We've got to keep moving, ladies and gentlemen. This is a beautiful original. Don't forget, it is on canvas, not on paper. The difference between a work on paper and a work on canvas by any artist, whether it's Picasso, Salvador Dalí, Ashley Rader, or Carl Stryker, is the originals on canvas are the ultimate. Then the originals on paper. Watercolors typically, but an acrylic or whatever on canvas, that's the best. I'm selling now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's with Marilyn then at 1,000 bid. At one, going to bid at one, I bid at 1,000 bid. At 1,000 bid, is there anyone else? At 1,000 bid. At 1,000 we got to sell. Karen, are you bidding? 1,000 bid. 1,000 we need to know now, my dear. 1,000, 1,000. The weather's very fine here. 1,000 bid. One going to bid at one, I bid at 1,000 bid. Is there 1,100 to move on? At 1,000 bid. 1,000 bid, and I'm selling with Marilyn. 1,000. Mitch, your final opinion before I drop the hammer. What a gorgeous piece. I would love this in my collection. I just think it's a fun work of art. Over to you. 30 seconds with Mitch. Then the hammers. I see you're on the phone. Be quick. You've got 30 seconds. Mitch is going to talk.
What's funny is when I look at this piece, I can't, obviously, as I said, I think it's hysterically funny. He chose the right character, right? Winnie the Pooh, who's always, moves a little bit slow. And of course, bears are known for hibernation. So we've got Winnie the Pooh just sleeping on like a cot, or no, forgive me, not a cot, a hammock. It looks like he's made a hammock out of the swoosh. And he's just, like, I just don't want to do it. And I was thinking like one of those places where they do relaxations, like stretching, places where you might stretch, or even those sleep study places. I could think of a whole lot of funny places where you could hang this artwork. As I said, when I was talking about it this morning, when I first saw the piece, I thought how fun that would be just to kind of hang that on an empty wall space in my room, and wake up in the morning when I usually go to the gym. I usually get my exercise in the morning, and I don't know, like I said, if I had this piece, it would probably be pretty motivating, but just not in the right way. So this is for the person who wants a darn good excuse not to go to the gym. This one's for you. Richard, back to you.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. 11 is bid. 11, where's the top bidder from, John? 1,100 California, with California then at 11. At 1,100. At 1,100 with Karen, thank you. 1,100 bid. Karen's bidder from California. At 11, got a bid of 11, 11 bid. At 1,100. Final chance, I'm selling it now at 1,100. Come on, Marilyn, don't lose it. You've been a good bidder. At 1,100. 1,100 for an original on canvas, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful piece. At 1,100. At 11, got a bid of 11 is bid. It goes then to California at 1,100. Maryland, last chance. Yes or no? 1,100. Yes or no? At 11 it goes then, going once. At 1,100 it goes twice. At 1,100, third and the final time. Gavels high! Thank you very much, California. Congratulate your bidder. Well done. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on, and coming up now is lot 402. I think we've got late bidders coming in there, John. Maybe they're early for the next piece. No, you never know. Ladies and gentlemen, lot 402 is the next work, Albrecht Dürer, The Masquerade Dance with Torches. Now, we had a beautiful, beautiful Dürer on the show last night, ladies and gentlemen, from 1497. Just in case you were wondering, as we went off air, a wonderful regular bidder secured that for their collection, and the hammer dropped at $16,000. So congratulate our bidder last night, the final piece. Well done to you. Thank you very much. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, you've got an opportunity on this beautiful Dürer. It is circa 1860, and what a great, great piece. The Masquerade Dance with Torches, the woodcut in black ink on cream woven paper, lot 402 by the incredible Albrecht Dürer. Here is Mitch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when I get a chance to talk about Albrecht Dürer, it's always with a great deal of admiration and a great deal of respect. One of the things that you've heard me say fairly repetitively over the last few years, lots and lots of wonderful, great artists over the centuries, but you can count on one or two hands how many artists were single-handedly responsible for quantum leaps. Great jumps forward, and Albrecht Dürer was one of them. He was, of course, the leader of the German Renaissance movement. So he was around at the same time period as Da Vinci, Michelangelo, and the like. However, what he did that was so spectacular, he was a great painter. In fact, his paintings are in the millions of dollars, as you could imagine. But he was the one that had this really wonderful light bulb moment. Up until Albrecht Dürer got involved in the art world, print multiples didn't really exist. Now, what is a print multiple? It's a way of creating a medium, such as what you're looking at, a woodcut, but in our modern times, it's things like engravings, which is a copper plate. So that's the medium, is the copper plate. It's things like what Picasso used, which was a linocut. That's a piece of linoleum. Or a lithograph, which is a piece of stone, is the medium. But it's a way of creating an artwork onto that medium, inking it, and then reproducing that artwork over and over again. The easiest way to think about what you're looking at is when it was originally created, it was essentially a wood stamp. And he got the idea from how they communicated in that time period. And that was through, I guess you could call them bills or posters, if you will. You've seen them in movies when they hang up that sign that says, "Wanted, Robin Hood, 200 pieces of, gold," or something along those lines. And then there's a rudimentary drawing of Robin Hood, and they tack that to a tree or against a wall or something like this. How were those made? They were made by creating a piece of wood, taking a piece of wood, polishing it, and then using a brush or sometimes a stencil to create the words and the different drawings onto the wood in ink. And then somebody goes back and carves it away, carves away that wood everywhere there's no ink. Now you essentially get a stamp. They can then ink that piece of wood and press it to as many pieces of paper as they want, and that's how the message would get spread all across the land. Albrecht Dürer thought to himself, why can't I do that with art? And boy, did he take off. His most famous suites are the Passion of the Christ, both large and small, the Apocalypse, the Life of the Virgin, and this one, which comes from what is known as the Friedel suite, which I'll talk about in just a moment. But how this piece was created is just like what I described. The artist took a polished piece of wood, drew exactly what you're looking at right there, and that's, by the way, the interesting thing, that's the easy part, right? Complicated drawing, but that's the easy part. The hard part is next. He would use anywhere from 20 to 30 very fine tools that were designed, they're just little chisels, if you will, and then it would take about a month to chisel away everywhere there is no ink. That had to happen very, very slowly. Let's go ahead and show my screen real quick. Now, the piece you were bidding on is located in multiple museums. Now, this is a really good example of what I was talking about inking, right? This one's in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, but take a close look at this piece, for example, right around here, or even right around here. And let's go back to our piece for just a moment. And all I want you to look at is the difference between, there, do you see it? You can see it with your own eyes. I mean, it's really clear, especially the back of that guy who's, let's go back to my screen one more time. Take a look right here, right there, the back of this character facing us. Now let's go back to the piece one more time and take a look at that same spot. Do you see the difference? The one you're actually bidding on it has a much better ink profile. Let's go ahead and show my screen one more time. This is the same piece in the National Gallery of Art. Now the National Gallery of Art, theirs one is much better. The one they have is much, much better. See how the ink is very, very dark? This one is much, much more similar to the one that we are bidding on. And then finally, I was able to find one, it looks like in the Baltimore Museum of Fine Art. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now, Albrecht Dürer's The Masquerade Dance in Torches is a woodcut from his renowned suite called the Friedel. Created between 1517 and 1518, this series was commissioned by Emperor Maximilian I, and it depicts a series of tournaments and festivals showcasing the opulence and pageantry of the imperial court. The woodcut portrays a vibrant masquerade ball illuminated by torchlight with elegantly dressed figures engaging in lively dance. The scene is set in a grand hall with the emperor observing from his balcony. So Maximilian I is up there on top, highlighting the hierarchical, I believe that's how that's pronounced, hierarchical structure and the grandeur of the event. Dürer's meticulous attention to detail captures the intricate costumes and the dynamic movement of the dancers, reflecting the cultural richness of the Renaissance period. This work exemplifies Dürer's mastery of the woodcut technique. Richard, back to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. We had an Albrecht Dürer went in the auction for 16,000 last night, and we have an Albrecht Dürer tonight. Any bids, John?
Not a sausage, Richard!
He is getting good, isn't he? Look at that. Not a sausage. My goodness gracious. Ladies and gentlemen, Albrecht Dürer, lot 40. Anyone would think we rehearsed that, John. Marvellous. Albrecht Dürer, German artist, born in 1471. No bids on this, ladies and gentlemen. So don't forget it is an auction, not a seance. We must move on. Here we go. 1471. He died in 1528. This one is the Masquerade Dance with torches. Oh dear, oh dear. Woodcut in black ink on cream woad paper after the original. Very scarce, printed in the late 19th century, circa 1860. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get underway with the auction now. Beverly, where are you bidding, my dear? Texas, and what would they like to bid?
250.
Thank you so much. We'll start there. 250 is bid. 250 with Texas from Beverly's bidder. Thank you, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to move on. So you've got 2 minutes with Mitch. Good luck. Thank you, Texas. Here we go.
Now I found out something else that's kind of interesting about this piece. Let's go ahead and show my screen real quick. This is the Wikipedia page just about the Friedel, right there, the event. And this particular painting is a painting of Emperor Maximilian I, and that is a painting by Albrecht Dürer, because he's the one that commissioned this. But what I learned, let's go ahead and go back to the piece, which is kind of fascinating. Let's see if I can find it again real quick. There we go. It was intended to print and publish the work with woodcut illustration derived from the miniature paintings. Although Maximilian never succeeded in doing this, and the text remained only a draft, only 5 of the illustrations were trial printed, and these were from the woodcuts made in 1516 by Albrecht Dürer. So out of all of Albrecht Dürer's work, these are really, really rare, because there was a bunch of paintings that were done by different artists, and then Albrecht Dürer was the one who was going to create the woodcuts of those paintings, but only 5 were ever done. So that's even smaller than the large and the small Passion of the Christ. That is a really, really tiny amount. Now, as far as valuation goes, let's talk about this real quick, because I always want to make sure that we're giving you the clear picture. Let's go ahead and show my screen. These are the auction results, auction records for Albrecht Dürer prints. His auction record for a woodcut, oddly enough, is that rhinoceros, $720,000. His auction record for a biblical piece is this piece from the Apocalypse. That one sold for $544,000. Its sister piece sold for $500,000, 2015, 2019. Let's go back to the piece. What are you bidding on? The reason the piece sold last night for $20,000 is that was what's called a life impression. It was pulled during the life of Albrecht Dürer. This piece was pulled around 1560. You have to remember the plate, or in this case the wood block, survives the artist. So just like with Rembrandt, where his copper plate survived well after Rembrandt died, same exact thing here. So the pieces that are life impressions can be in the six figures easily. A piece like this, if it's in really good condition, which it is, you're looking at a starting price, if you were to find it in a gallery, probably around $4,000 to $5,000 and upwards to $6,000 to $8,000, depending upon who the buyer was, where you were selling it. If you were selling this anywhere in Germany, it'd probably fetch a higher price. But as I showed you, the most important thing about this one, let's do this one more time. Can you show my screen real quick? Now this is the one from the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And one more time, I want you to look right here at this gentleman's back. Let's go back to the piece and let's show the one you're bidding on, and you'll see the difference. Do you see the difference? The one you're bidding on is an excellent, really, really good print. Richard, back to you.
Thank you so much, and bidding is underway, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this is a marvelous, marvelous piece. I just want to show you in the catalogue of the works of Albrecht Dürer, the complete woodcuts of the German Renaissance master. That is the book. If you want to collect his artwork, do go and get yourself the book. Isn't it lovely when you've got a work of art and then you actually have the coffee table book as well? So it's the complete woodcuts of Albrecht Dürer, edited by Dr. Willi Kurth, ladies and gentlemen, the German professor of art. And there are various size pieces in the catalogue. It's very, very informative. Some of them are quite, I mean, you know, I want to say simple by his standards, simplistic, but this one is very, very heavily engraved, cut into the wood. And ladies and gentlemen, it takes up basically a full page. That is your piece, and look at the detail in it. Look how many figures in the work as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, there's a head around there as well. 16, 17 different figures in that one piece. That is a heavily, heavily engraved work. Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful piece in marvelous condition, and it's from 1860. I like it on the cream woven paper as well. Gives it a lovely, gently aged look, a bit like myself. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Mitch. I'll give you 2 minutes. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at a piece that is approximately, 160, 170 years old, and in really very, very good condition. When people ask a really good question, probably the most common question I get about pieces like these and Rembrandts, etc., is how many are there? And the honest answer is nobody can tell you. No one on earth could possibly tell you. We don't know. Because the concept of what we call now a limited edition, where in other words, the artist would make, let's say, as an example, 200 of something and then destroy the medium, so that way we know that only 200 of those exist. That didn't even start until about 1910, 1920. And this piece, as you can see, was pulled approximately the year 1860. What we do know, and this is the important thing to understand, all throughout the 16th, 17th, and 1800s, the woodcut, well, let me rephrase, during those three centuries, the woodcut and the engraving, the copper engraving or etching, depending on which the artist used, both using a copper plate, very, very similar technique. That was it. Those were the only things available, were woodcuts, etchings, and engravings. There wasn't anything else. And this was essentially what poor people could afford, because paintings were for the rich. Paintings were for the very, very wealthy. Now, this actually works for us as modern day collectors. Because these pieces were often collected by the poor, do you think they had the ability or the wherewithal to care for them. That's why these pieces are so amazingly valuable. We know that very, very few exist. Very, very few survived, and even less survived in perfect condition. So the same exact thing that we talked about with the previous piece, the Raphael, applies here. The only difference is the Raphael was done with a copper plate. This was done with a block of wood. But we look at the paper in the same way. We look at the white, and do we see any staining or foxing, like on the floor? And we see none. We look at the saturation of ink, and the saturation of ink here is very, very good. Richard, back to you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, well, we're about to sell. This is a major piece. Don't forget, there's nearly 17 characters in there, 16 full figures. All had to be engraved on wood. There's one head there, so that is the 17th one, the body coming across that way. Ladies and gentlemen, but 17 figures I counted in there. Look at all the engraving in it. It's absolutely superb. The condition is amazing. Think about it. It's 165 years of age. Beautiful condition. He was the master of the Northern Renaissance, so you had Da Vinci in the south, in Italy, was the master of the Renaissance, and then you had the Northern Renaissance in Northern Europe. So he was the master. When Rembrandt died, which artist, this could be a little question come up on the screen, could it? Which artist did Rembrandt collect? Well, the answer, ladies and gentlemen, is on your screen right now. Albrecht Dürer. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to sell it, so you've got to be very, very quick if you want it. Come on, I'll take another 25 if you want. Take another 25. Come on, give me a best and final bid. It's on sale and with you. You're going to miss it. We've been on this piece virtually 20 minutes. Mitch, last chance then. Mitch, I'll give you 30 seconds. Your final thoughts. We are not even at $1,000 on this. Forget about it. We're not even at 500. Here's Mitch, 30 seconds, and it will be selling. You're in the lead. 375 the bid.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I can show you this particular piece in 3 museums, and of the 3, 2 of the 3 have very, very good impressions that I would say are on par with this particular piece. The other thing that we always look at, that I look at, do you see those horizontal lines in the background, how they're kind of coming down at an angle? We look very, I don't know if you can, this is neither here nor there. I know I geek out on the technicalities. If we can get a close-up of the background there behind the lady dancer, one of the things I look at is see how those lines are all in perfect condition? None of them are broken. None of them are broken. As woodcuts age and they get printed from quite a bit, sometimes that particular part of the wood can break as they're printing. So that's another thing that I kind of look at. We can go back to the full view. But once again, you're looking at one of the most important things that Albrecht Dürer did. It was pulled around the year 1860. It is exceedingly collectible. And as they say in real estate, you know how the 3 rules to real estate, location, location, location? They have the same exact 3 rules in art. And it's condition, condition, condition. And this piece, condition-wise, on a scale of 1 to 10, is a 10. It's in perfect condition. Richard, back to you.
It certainly is. Well, no matter what we have informed you about the piece, ladies and gentlemen, all I can say is, as a final thing, I might consider opening the bidding at about $3,500 just to get the auction going anywhere else. But typically, I'd expect this to go 6,500, 7,500 would be very, very fair in an auction. Now, we have not even reached $500, and I am selling, John. I'll take $25 bids to move on. Last chance, America. You've got 15 seconds with me. To allow for the time delay, 15 seconds only. Anyone else, yes or no? Take another 25. Very, very low. Very disappointing for a beautiful piece featured in the catalogue of Albrecht Dürer by Dr. Willy Kurth. Ladies and gentlemen, it's selling and going then. Anyone else, yes or no? Give me a best and final bid. Give me a best and final bid. I'll take it. Going once, going twice. Very low for that. Great piece. Well done. You stole that one. Well done to you then, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving on with the show, and coming up now, is the wonderful work of Édouard Manet. Late bidders calling now, John, after 20 minutes on the sub $500 Dürer. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to move on. And here we go, Édouard Manet. Don't leave it to last second, ladies and gentlemen, because you miss out on these pieces. So there we go. That's my only advice for the rest of the evening. This one, lot 403. This is by the great Édouard Manet. Now this is a very, very special piece indeed. You're going to learn all about it. It's called Garçon et Chien, The Boy with the Dog, and it is catalogue referenced by Guérin, the famous Guérin catalogue number 17. This is an original etching with dry point printed in black ink on laid paper. It is initialed by Manet on the plate. The plate was executed by Manet in Paris in 1862. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an extremely rare and a very important original etching, lifetime work from 1862 by the world-famous museum artist, Édouard Manet. Here's Mitch, and the best of luck. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, a couple of things to start off with. First of all, Richard just said the golden word. Remember, we were talking about the Albrecht Dürer, the difference between a life impression, one that was pulled during his life, and one that was pulled 100 years after he passed away or 200 years after he passed away. This is what is called a life impression. This is an original etching, and also original etching means that the workmanship itself was done by Manet's own hand. It was done by his hand. It also means there's no drawing of this. There's no painting of this anywhere. It's not what's called an afterpiece where the painting took place and then the etching took place after the fact. This is an original etching from 1862. That is really, again, absolutely critical to understand. Manet passed away in 1883, so nearly 20 years later. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Manet, but I want to share with you a couple of things first. Can you go ahead and show my screen? This is from the Brooklyn Museum of Art, and that is the exact piece that you're bidding on. This is from the Allen Museum of Art, and then I was able to find 3, and this one is from none other than the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam. That is, again, the same exact piece. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now, just a little bit about Manet. He was born into a middle-class household in Paris in 1832, and he was very fascinated by painting at a young age. His parents disapproved of his interest, and he eventually went to art school to study the old masters of Europe, even against their wishes. Manet's most famous works I'm going to share with you in a moment or two, because I got to tell you the story, because that was really that caused quite a scandal. He was an impressionist painter, and he fell dramatically short of meeting his parents' expectations. He was the son of Auguste Manet, who was a high-ranking judge, and Eugenie, who was the daughter of a diplomat and the goddaughter of the Swedish crown prince. So yeah, his parents were very, very up there. Affluent and well-connected, the couple hoped their son would choose a respectable career, preferably the law. Édouard refused. He wanted to create art. Manet's uncle, a man by the name of Edmond Fournier, supported his early interest and arranged frequent trips for him to visit the Louvre. His father, ever fearful that this would damage the family's prestige, and he continued to present Manet with more appropriate options. I love the story. In 1848, Manet boarded a Navy vessel headed for Brazil. His father hoped he might take to a seafaring life. Manet returned 1 year later in 1849 and promptly failed his naval examinations. He reportedly failed over the course of a decade. 10 years he couldn't pass the naval maritime exam. And his parents finally said, okay, you can be a painter. Now, Manet has a real claim to fame. In the late 1800s, let's see, make sure I can find it here. In the late 1800s, the areas around, I guess you could call it Paris in general, but all of Western Europe, was very, very conservative. I mean, it was really conservative. And he created a painting. Let's show my screen. This was 10 years before the first Impressionism exhibit, which took place in 1873. This piece was painted in 1863. Now, when this painting came out, I know this is going to sound like an exaggeration. It's not. It nearly caused a riot. I mean, people lost their mind when this went on display. And it wasn't so much, it was everything that had to do with it, but primarily that the two gentlemen were dressed and the girl was the only one that was nude. But what was really scandalous is the way the girl was looking at the viewer. There was something about this that the society of Paris just couldn't, they just couldn't get their head around it. And it really did nearly cause a riot. So what did Manet do? He followed it up. Oh, sorry, that's me in front of it. That's in Paris about 15 years ago. And then he follows it up with this one, 1863. Same thing. The nude looking right out at the viewer. So this was, again, 10 years before Impressionism even took place in 1873. So he was kind of a crossover. But those two paintings, Olympia and Luncheon on the Grass, are easily his most famous paintings. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now, another thing that you should know about Manet is he was a really fantastic printmaker. He was very, very good. In fact, where did you go? I think I have you right here. Okay. I wanted to share this with you. The piece you're bidding on was done in 1862. Can you go ahead and show my screen? Now, this piece was also an etching. And it was an afterpiece of his work, Olympia, in the year 1867. And this piece sold at auction a long time ago, 2001, for nearly $33,000. It's the same size as the one you're bidding on. That is the same size as the one you're bidding on. And again, that is indeed an etching done by the hand of Manet only 5 years after the one you're bidding on, again, 1867, and that piece sold for $31,000. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Once again, the piece that you're bidding on is, without question, a museum caliber piece. I can show you 3 different museums in which this piece is held. Richard, back to you.
Here we go then, bids are coming in now. Thank you, people on the phone. That's what we like to see. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Little confusion with the graphics there. They thought it was $1,000. It was $100, the opening bid. So there we go. Now we're at 4. Ladies and gentlemen, Édouard Manet, original etching with dry point in black. Édouard Manet, the French master, born in 1832. He died in 1883. This one, ladies and gentlemen, is a catalogue reference work. Garçon et Chien. Garçon et Chien. The boy with the dog. And ladies and gentlemen, it is catalogue reference by the famous Getting catalogue, number 17. It is an original etching with dry point, printed in black ink on laid paper. It is initialed by Manet on the plate. Initialed by Manet on the plate. This is a museum level work. Plate executed by Manet. We should have had a bid of $1,000 to a start, but actually it was a $100 opening bid. Thank you. Plate executed by Manet in Paris in 1862. It is extremely rare. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. What a great, great piece. Absolutely superb. Wonderful work from 1862. He didn't die until 1883. Cassie in the lead there, I see, line 6. Ladies and gentlemen, what a superb piece. Initialed by Manet down here, bottom left-hand corner. I can just about see it with my eyesight, ladies and gentlemen. But look at the beautiful figure. The little boy with the dog, and the dog looking adoringly up at his young master. That is a fantastic piece. And ladies and gentlemen, that should be in a museum, really. Édouard Manet, initialed, original, lifetime engraving, 1862. Up for auction now. Cassie, I believe you're in the lead, line 6. It is back to Mitch. You've got 2 minutes. Good luck. Let's see who gets it.
So just a little bit more. I found out some specifics about this particular work. Edward Manet's etching, Le Garçon à la Chine, also known as The Boy with Dog, was created in 1862 and is a notable example of his early printmaking. This work is part of a series of etchings published by the print dealer Alfred Kedart, marking Manet's active involvement in the Société des Aquafortistes, a group dedicated to reviving etching as a fine art form. And by the way, that was Rembrandt's exact motivation as well, which is kind of interesting. The etching is executed on paper, measuring approximately centimeters. Sorry, want to make sure. Yeah, they put it in centimeters into inches, so it gets me confused. 7 by 5 inches. It features a young boy affectionately holding his dog, capturing a moment of tenderness and innocence. The composition is characterized by its expressive line work and the use of aquatint, which we'll talk about in just a moment, a technique that Manet employed to achieve tonal variations and a sense of depth. The model for this etching was likely Alexandre, a young assistant in Manet's studio who tragically died in 1859. Manet's depiction of Alexandre with the dog serves as a poignant tribute to the boy, encapsulating a sense of youthful vitality and the fleeting nature of life. This personal connection adds a layer of emotional depth to the work, reflecting Manet's ability to infuse his art with a personal narrative. Now, there's two things about this piece technique-wise, both aquatint and dry point. The first one, whenever an artist creates an etching or an engraving, it's a copper plate. Let's see if I can, give me 1 second and I will show you. It's easier to show you than try to describe it. Can you go ahead and look at, show my screen, please? This is Picasso making an etching. As you can see, it's a copper plate covered with a thin layer of acid-resistant resin. The artist used a tool called a burin, which is very, very sharp, and as he draws, it removes the resin, exposing the copper underneath. The plate then gets put into a bath of acid. The acid bites into the copper everywhere it's been exposed and thus creates the engraving plate. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. There's only one issue with it. Because it's acid doing the work, all of the depth is the same. By using dry point, he can go back and create, like, for example, the really dark part of the boy's sweater. That's all done with dry point. Richard, back to you.
Well, we have Louisiana in the lead now. Thank you, Cassie. And that is $900 the top bid. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a superb piece. The Garçon et Chien, The Boy with the Dog, catalogue reference by Guérin, number 17. It is the original etching. It was executed in 1862. A lifetime Édouard Manet. I can quite honestly say, John, I've auctioned similar pieces by Manet, and I've seen fervent bidding on them between 15 and 25,000 in the past. Ladies and gentlemen, for very similar pieces. So if you get this, to be honest with you, under 10,000 for such an incredible lifetime Manet, that is unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, what they make in auctions, I mean, I've seen them make a lot more than 25,000. So let's see who gets it. 900 I've got, Louisiana in the lead. I'll give you one last minute with Mitch, and then the hammer's coming down. 60 seconds only. Last chance. Here's Mitch. So don't delay. Get on the phone now. Here he is.
So let's actually talk about, again, just a couple of quick things. Do you see the darkness of the boy's sweater as well as the hat? How it's very, very different from the rest of the piece. That is all done with, it's called dry point. It's where they take that burin and they shove it by hand very, very deeply into the copper plate. So it's much, much deeper into the plate than the other lines surrounding it. And so that way when the ink gets placed onto the plate, it's very deep there, it comes onto the paper, it comes out very, very dark. That is dry point. And then aquatint in French simply translates to watercolor. The artist then goes back over the piece and with black watercolor adds even a further layer of depth. And the whole idea to that is to show what the Italians like to call chiaroscuro, and that is the dramatic difference between darkness and light. So you can really see how the dog, for example, is probably a black and white dog. The boy's face, we clearly see the beautiful paleness of the face, but the contrast of the dark sweater and the hat is what makes the piece really pop. And that was something Manet was very, very aware of and quite good at. Richard, back to you.
Okay, well, Louisiana, I can't believe Sammy's on the phone, but they haven't come in with a bid, so I'm going to sell it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to go. Ladies and gentlemen, Jenny, you got to be quick if you like it. Sammy as well. If not, I'm selling with Cassie's wonderful collector from Louisiana. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm selling now at 9, going to bid a 9. At 9, going to bid a 9. Is that a bid? 1,000, thank you, I've seen it now. Thank you, Sammy. 1,000 bid. 1,000, I'll take $100 bids to move on. 1,000 bid. 1,000 bid. Last chance. 1,000 bid. 1,000, it's with California. Thank you, Louisiana. You were very, very close, so I do apologize, but I've got California in the lead now at 1,000 bid. 1,000 bid. Thank you, Louisiana, for trying. 1,000, I have California now. At 1, going to bid a 1 with Sammy's bidder. They waited all the time to come in with a last-minute punch at 1,000. 1,000 going once then. At 1,000, shame to lose it for $100. 1,000 to go twice. 1,000 it goes this time. California! Well done, thank you very much. Congratulations, well done, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving on with the show, and up now, a superb work of art, ladies and gentlemen, and it is the incredible Andy Warhol. And last night we had a fantastic piece, and thank you to Tony for putting another of the portfolio in. Direct from Switzerland, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that beautiful blue, how that pops on the work by Warhol. And this is the incredible catalogue reference Flowers by Andy Warhol, the screen print in colour, published by Sunday Bee Morning in Zurich in Switzerland, ladies and gentlemen. And it is your chance to acquire a very, very large and significant work. It's 40 by 40, and ladies and gentlemen, look at that. What a gorgeous piece, what a collector's piece, and it is Andy Warhol. Now with Mitch. Thank you, Mitch.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, pay attention, because I'm about to tell you one of the coolest stories in the history of art. Certainly, absolutely one of my all-time favorites. Now, when we talk about Andy Warhol, we could spend the next couple of hours just kind of going through his highlights. So just to kind of do the bullet point, he is right now one of the highest auctioning artists in the world. From an investment point of view, he has been absolutely spectacular over the last 50 to 60 years. I mean, he has even surpassed Picasso, which is almost unbelievable. Andy Warhol was born Andrew Warhola in Pittsburgh. He very much wanted to be an artist. He was an extremely intelligent young man, but also quite shy. It has been surmised that he definitely suffered a little, I don't know if suffered is the right word, but he had Asperger's. And so he kind of had this block of emotionality, if you will, that he just saw the world in a very, very different way. When he moved to New York City, he really had ambition. He wanted to kind of take over the world, so to speak, but it was a challenge because in the 1970s, the last big movement prior to that was abstract expressionism, where you have Jackson Pollock and de Kooning, splashing colors all over a canvas. You can't diffuse art any further from that. So his first idea, and it was very successful, was the concept of pop, and where the word pop art comes from is pop culture. So focusing art on things that we use or appreciate every single day, like the Campbell soup cans. They're celebrities like Marilyn Monroe and Jackie Onassis and Elizabeth Taylor. What about things that we consume as children, such as Mighty Mouse and Mickey Mouse and these type of things? But in the beginning of his career, just like Picasso, who starved for 5 years, his career was not terribly successful. He had a studio that he was barely able to pay rent on. It got known as the Factory because he would have this crazy cast of characters around him at all the times that he kind of felt was his inspiration. He lived there, he would sleep there, he would often work at night. But the first screen prints, which is what you're bidding on, that he did were the Flowers series, as well as the Marilyn Monroe's and the Campbell soup cans. Now the Flowers series, let's go ahead and show my screen. He did 1 or 2 originals. Now let's actually be really clear about this. This is kind of a cool concept. This is from the same screen as what you're bidding on. It's the same exact screen. The difference is if it was a one of a kind, he would use an ink blend that he only used once. So just once, rather than a multiple of 200, it was one time. In 2018, that piece sold for $2.1 million. Now, if we go, I believe it's right here. There's the Marilyns. I'm trying to find the Flowers. There's one of the Flowers, and that's also using the same stencil. There is a series of Flowers that are the, I think they're here. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Why am I pulling up the wrong one? There we go. That's what I was looking for. Now, these are limited editions. Okay, so each one of these has 200. 200, 200, 200. The entire suite sold in 2023 for $2.3 million. $2.3 million. There's an amazing story. This is... there we go. It's in Garden Collage magazine. It's a really neat story about the story behind Andy Warhol's Flowers. It was published in 2016. Now, if you take a really close look at this one, and then we look at the one you're bidding on, you'll see it's a really similar screen. He had about 4 different screens, like the one here on the right. You can see that's totally different. Let's go ahead and go back to the image, about 4 different screens. Now, the story of the Sunday Be Morning Suite, I may have to do this in 2 parts. He's broke, he's not doing well, he's trying to save money, so he buys the cheapest ink he can, everything about it, but these first factory editions of the Flowers, Marilyn Monroe, as well as the Campbell soup cans, get published. He signs them, they're $200 each, they're selling for about 50 bucks, and they're not selling that well to begin with. At that point, he thinks he needs a break, and he goes over to Belgium where he meets 2 like-minded friends. And they have all these very, very serious discussions about mass consumerism, et cetera, et cetera. And Andy Warhol comes up with this idea. He says, you know, we should redo the same exact pieces I just did, but instead of me signing them, on the back we'll put it and fill in your own signature, because your signature is just as important as my own. I'll finish the story when I come back. Richard, back to you.
Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, and we are selling. How are we doing with the bids on the Warhol, John?
We're a little lax on no bidding at the moment.
Well, could you do your job, please, and get the bids in? Thank you very much. I don't mind announcing them, but you must do your job. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. This is lot 405. Lot 405. I do apologize to everyone from California to Florida, but it appears we have no bids on an Andy Warhol. I have never seen anything like it. Ladies and gentlemen, Andy Warhol then, the most famous American artist of the 20th century, and this is the famous Swiss edition. He was born in 1928, he died in 1987, so it's been gone for the best part of 40 years now. Catalogue referenced, ladies and gentlemen. This one is F&S referenced. This is the screen print in colours, and ladies and gentlemen, it is stamped with and published by Sunday Be Morning. Fill in your own signature on the verso from the Sunday Be Morning edition of Switzerland. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the one to be bidding on. Don't miss it. What a great piece. I see there's a bid now. Thank you very much. Fill in your own signature. That was from Andy Warhol, but if you want to retain the value of this, ladies and gentlemen, and I can tell you, I've seen pieces like this around $17,000, $18,000. Do not sign it. Don't put your signature there. If you want to retain, if you want to keep it in the family forever, do what you like. But ladies and gentlemen, not a good idea to sign them. published by Sunday Bee Morning, even though Warhol is telling you to do that because he valued your signature just as much as his own. So he was quite an unusual man, really. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to sell this. I'll give you 2 minutes with Mitch. Mitch, it is the Sunday Bee Morning edition. I love this beautiful blue. That is absolutely superb, the way that is very, very striking. Ladies and gentlemen, what a contrast. Here's a great piece for you. Get bidding. Here's Mitch.
So here's the finishing part of that story, because it is, like I said, I think it's one of the most fascinating stories in the history of art. So you're having this discussion with his 3 friends in Belgium about how they should redo the flowers, the Marilyns, and the Campbell soup cans. But we'll fill in your own signature on the back. Now his friends and he himself, they get themselves all worked up. Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do it. Let's do it. And Andy does something unimaginable. Now keep in mind, nobody knows who he is at this point. He's broke. He's definitely not famous. He goes back to New York City. He mails the stencils, the actual stencils, to his friends in Belgium, and he gives them the ink codes. So the ink code is the specific color of ink, just like when you paint a house, each paint has its own number. So he gives them everything they need to reproduce the same works. Now the big difference is they go to Switzerland and they spare no expense. I mean, they get the best of everything, where Andy didn't. He used all the cheap stuff in the factory editions. But these pieces, really, really high quality. Now about a year goes by and Andy starts taking off. His work really starts taking off. People start buying it like crazy. And he realizes he's made a terrible mistake. He flies back to Europe, finds the gentleman in Switzerland. They are just about to start pressing the pieces in the screen prints, and he begs them to stop. I said, I can't publish these. We can't publish these. It's going to ruin me. And the gentlemen say, look, we've already spent our money on this. This is, we're ready to go. And they have a falling out. And because it was Andy's idea, because he's the one that authorized it, there wasn't a thing he could do about it. And so the Sunday Bee Morning pieces were published. That's why they're part of the F&S catalog. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is the record for a Sunday Bee Morning piece right there. That is the most one has sold for. Sunday Bee Morning, almost $75,000 back in 2001. Others have sold as high as 31,000, all part of the Sunday Bee Morning suite. Let's go back to the piece. Now recently something happened that has dramatically affected the value of all things Warhol. Can you go ahead and show my screen, please? In 2022, April, so approximately 3 years ago, that piece hit a Warhol record. Sold for a staggering $195 million. That beats Picasso's record by $10 million. That has dramatically had an effect on the valuation of all things Warhol. In fact, I think I even have a chart showing Andy Warhol in red against the S&P 500. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now, in a nutshell, the thing that blows me away about this piece is it's a better quality, it's better made than the one that cost $250,000. And here's the part that's incredible. It's not a poster. It's not an afterpiece. It's Andy Warhol's work. It's his stencil. It's his ink. And it's not $250,000. The only difference is in the one that's the factory edition is signed in the lower right-hand corner and numbered in the lower left-hand corner. So it doesn't have that. But it has on the back, fill in your own signature, was indeed Andy's idea. So in every way, from a quality perspective, from the actual art perspective, this is the same piece. It's the same size, it's the same color, it is the actual stencils that Andy Warhol cut himself, and they're incredible. If you hung this piece on your wall, there'd be no way you'd be able to tell the difference were it not for the signature. And then the part that was really adding insult to injury is these pieces are better quality by a long shot from the factory editions. The factory editions, the ones that sell for $100,000 to $300,000, Those pieces you have to be really careful with and make sure you keep them in a certain amount of humidity. Make sure they stay out of the sunlight because they have a tendency to crack and peel. Because, like I said, Andy was trying to save money, so he really cut a lot of corners. Not with the Sunday Be Morning pieces. The Sunday Be Morning pieces have a much, much higher quality than the ones that Andy Warhol did himself in the factory editions. Now, when we show that certificate of authenticity, you're going to see the letters, and Richard mentioned it, F&S 2.64-73. That is the actual catalog raisonné that Andy was desperately trying to keep these pieces out of. But legally, he had no footing. He had no standing whatsoever because they are his work. And he's the one that authorized it. So it created one of the most unusual stories in art history. Richard, back to you.
Warhol at this level, but it is about to sell. I cannot bid for you, America. I'm not going back to Mitch this time, so thank you. Our top bid, you can see on the screen, is incredibly low. I can't bid for you, so if you want to bid, you must get on the phone now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to go. It has exactly what Warhol wanted on the back. Fill in your own signature. It has his publisher's name here, Sunday Be Morning. Created in Switzerland. Anything created in Switzerland for Basquiat. We had beautiful Basquiat last night. Went in the auction, I think, for 7,000. 7,000, the color Basquiat. What a beauty that was, ladies and gentlemen. So congratulations to our bidder on that beautiful Basquiat. Again, created in Switzerland. Anything to do with Basquiat and Warhol, incredibly, incredibly valuable. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to sell it. Is there anyone else now? Come on, last chance then. You've got 30 seconds with me. 30 seconds. Anyone else, yes or no? I know we're going to get late bidders, but we don't have time to wait, ladies and gentlemen. It's up to you. I'm sorry to be so, tough on the time, but we've been on this 15 minutes already. I'll take another 50 if you're quick. Last chance, last call. Last chance, last call. It's selling now. 10 seconds with me then. Anyone else? If we get a late bidder, it will be too late. 50 more, yes or no? Just in time, thank you. 850, 850 bid, 850, 850 bid, 850. Come on, I'll take 9 now. 850, 850, 850. Take 9, 9 bid. Thank you. 9 get a bit of 9, 9 get a bit of 9, 9 bid. At 9 get a bit of 9, 9 get a bit of 9, 9 bid, 9 bid, 9 now 50. Last chance, it's going now, selling now. Anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? At 9 get a bit of 9 on the beautiful Warhol from Switzerland. The Sunday Be Morning edition. At 9 get a bit of 9, it's going. At 9 get a bit of 9, is there anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? What have you got? Yes or no? Are you bidding? I'll give you every opportunity. Last chance, last call. Last chance, last call. Last chance, last call. 950 bid. Come on, give me 1,000 now. 950, 1,000, yes or no? 950. Come on, give me your best and final bid. 1,000, thank you. 1,000 bid. Up 1,000, it's going now. Up 1,000 bid. 1,000's the bid. 1,000, is there 1,100 to move on? Up 1, get a bit of 1, I bid a 1, get a bit of 1, 1 bid. 11 bid. 11 bid. 11 bid. Give me your best and final bid. Give me your best and final bid. It's got to go. It's got to sell now. The Warhol on sale and with you. Going once. It has to go. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Last chance. Last call. Anyone else? The gavel's high. Sold and gone. Well done. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget 10:30, the big moment we've been waiting for. She appeared live on Atlanta News First this morning, and John was up bright and early at 4 a.m. to be there in support. Ladies and gentlemen, so thank you to John. He's had a long day, but it's nice if you can just sort of sit back, relax, and watch it all unfold in front of you later this evening at 10:30. Ladies and gentlemen, will be the spectacular debut of the one and only Ash Rader, one of the top wildlife artists in the entire world today. So, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, lot 406. And by the way, when do we get beautiful equestrian works? Look at that. when we get in close on the camera, every single detail of the horse's hair, all this is done by hand, the fine detail. No wonder it takes her about 3 months to do each one, John. Unbelievable. We're going to move on now, ladies and gentlemen. And coming up is another artist. Unfortunately, she won't be with us for long, but I love this piece. Look at that. It's called Artistic Splash, and it is a wonderful piece by the lovely Sarah Wall.
Sarah Wall, a prodigy whose years belie her profound skill, has stormed the art community with her unyielding passion, precise dedication, and an artistry born from unwavering commitment. As a child, Sarah took solace in the rich colors and textures of her surroundings. She would spend hours lost in her imagination, translating her thoughts and emotions onto canvas, creating works of art that belied her years. As Sarah's talent blossomed, so did her fame. Art aficionados and critics alike were astounded by the depth and maturity of her work, recognizing in her a rare talent that transcended age and experience. From the swirling, psychedelic abstractions that capture the essence of life's energy to the delicate depictions of flowers and butterflies, Sarah's art is a testament to her deep connection with the natural world. Her paintings are a kaleidoscope of hues, ranging from bold, fiery reds and oranges to soothing blues and greens. The intricate details and textures in her work reveal a level of mastery that belies her young age. As every piece becomes a testament to her intricate bond with nature's own artistry, her paintings, a vibrant echo of the world's vibrance.
You know, one of the things that I always love about art history is the stories. And there's so many, like the one we just talked about, the Andy Warhol story. There's some really, really good ones out there where it wasn't always just about talent. It was how, one thing led to the next, and what they often call it, the butterfly effect. These small little things that occur that can bounce people in different directions. For Sarah Wall, it was part genetics and it was part experience. Now, when we talk about Sarah Wall, oh, that's so funny, a penguin with a color palette. That's really cute. That's really cute. I knew it was a penguin, but I did not see the palette until just now. So that's actually very cute. When we talk about Sarah Wall, her story is, again, kind of a fascinating one. She is the child of Daniel Wall and Gilly Wall. Her mother is a PhD, very, very high up in university level education. And her father is a world-renowned artist in his own right, Daniel Wall. I own 2 of his paintings in my own collection. He's been around for, 20, 30 some odd years, and the founder of something called Intense Impressionism. If I have a chance, I'll show you the work, just so you kind of get an idea of what it looks like. So when Sarah is born, and again, just to let you know, she was born in 2007. After about 6 months, a year or so, her mother returns to work, and her father is now in charge of caring for her during the day. And where does he do that? In his studio. Now, I want you to, I think about this, I really do. I want you to imagine a young baby, 6 months old, a year old, and she's in her pram, in her crib, wherever she might be. Daniel's working. There's 20 different canvases all over the room because he likes to work on multiple pieces at the same time. And she's watching all this. And as we all know, babies have an enormous capacity to absorb all kinds of information. And so not only is she genetically the daughter of Daniel Wall, but she's also seeing this at a very, very young age. Her first painting, when she was 4, or I should say one of her paintings, because she was already creating, art at a very, very young age. And yes, it was childlike, but it was way above what any 4-year-old typically can do. It was called A Day at Sea, and it was collected and exhibited at the Greenville Museum of Art in North Carolina. She had a bunch of other accolades, but just to save on time, the one that really I always focus on is in 2018, when she was only 10. She received the Frank Lloyd Wright Best Overall Architectural Design Award. And she's 10, which is nearly unbelievable. Now, she has got a very interesting spot in modern day art and economics and business. There are no galleries save one that is representing her work. Now, I mean mainstream galleries. And the primary reason for that is they owned them, this gallery bought them, and to represent them, had them contractually obligated to them before this new contract was signed. Now, I don't know if Richard mentioned it, but she has signed a new contract that's exclusive with the largest art gallery organization in the world. I mean, they are huge, and they have an exclusive contract. What that means is we will not be getting any more original Sarah Walls. You won't see any at all. But these pieces, these artist proofs, they were signed and done by her and in our possession when this new contract was signed. Now, there's two things you should know about her. There's nowhere I can find in any gallery, anywhere, that has these pieces for sale. They're not available anywhere. This is it. This is the only place you can acquire them. Let's go ahead and show my screen. And this is the only place outside of these very, very special events that you can acquire a Sarah Wall original. And they are expensive. $40,000, $50,000. And these are all one-of-a-kinds by Sarah. And what you won't see here are any prints. Her least expensive one is about, there it is, right here, this one, the Hommage to Degas, $33,600. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece, and I'll share one more thing with you real quick. Let's see if I can find it. There we go. This is, let's go and show my screen. This is her and her dad. That is Sarah and Daniel. I often wonder how he feels about that. Her price points have exceeded his own by about $10,000 a painting, but I'm sure he's overjoyed and very, very proud of her. This was a press release in 2022 at one of these special events I was talking about, where Autumn End by teen artist Sarah Wall was auctioned off at $48,000 yesterday, thanks to the love and support of the art collectors. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, you were bidding on an artist proof by Sarah Wall that is virtually unavailable anywhere else in the world. It is, I promise you, it is a very special opportunity. Richard, back to you.
Thank you, Mitch. What a lovely piece. I love the colours and her technique to be able to do this. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sell this to the highest bidder. Let's see what it makes. Lot 406, Sarah Wall, Artistic Splash, Gicleve archival pigments on woven paper. Ladies and gentlemen, we're under 200 on this. Unbelievable for an artist proof. Hand signed by the artist. One of the final pieces then. One of the final great pieces by this lovely young artist. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm selling it. It is an example of only 25 in the world. Only 25 artist proofs in the world. It will be selling to the highest bidder, make no mistake, from the addition of the artist. And ladies and gentlemen, when the clock runs out, it will be gone. When the clock runs out, it will be under the hammer and sold. So don't delay, get on the phone now, let's have a bid, look at the detail in this. Let's focus on the art for a second, and let's come in nice and close on the image there. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen, what a little beauty that is. Hand signed by Sarah Wall, artist proof, one of only 25 in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it is here to be sold. I love the technique, Mitch. How she does that in the background there, that you know, the combination of colors, and then to make it into a limited edition from her original, I think it's a fantastic technique. Hand signed, artist proof. Remember, she has already departed from the fine art auction. What we are offering you are the remaining artist proofs. So we're lucky to have these, and they're going to run out. Tony said very, very soon. I don't exactly know when, but when he says very, very soon, it could be next week. I literally don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, hand signed, one of the final artist proofs then. Acquire them while you can. Here is Mitch. You've got 2 minutes, and then we're sold.
Now, speaking of style, that is something that we should kind of take a look at. Let's go ahead and show my screen real quick. This is her Instagram account, which is pretty darn impressive. One of the major styles that she has is painting on wood. It's the grain of wood, and she incorporates the grain of wood into the art itself. So that is one style. The second one is really wild. It's where she often will paint part of the image vertically and then part of the image on its back, where she uses this, like, I don't even know how to describe it, this technique of puddling or pooling different types of paint. And I've seen artists who do this. It's a really cool technique. One of the ways I've seen it done is they put the painting or the board on top of a little wheel that spins a little bit. They apply a bunch of paint to it, and then they gently will spin it in different directions, and of course the centrifugal force creates different types of designs. So those are the two things she's really well known for. This one very, very similar to what you're bidding on. It's all these amazing abstract shapes of color and ink. And this is kind of what I was referring to before. She has had a heck of a last couple of years, and that is quite, I love this, by the way. She is often very, very involved in different types of children's programs, projects, and she is just an absolute hero to them. If we look right here, this, for example, is a video of one of these events. Now, most of her work over the last 3 years has not been sold in galleries. It's been sold at these really high-end special events where every person in that room is there for one reason, to bid on Sarah Wall. I mean, that's it. There's no other artists at that auction. It's just her. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. She has developed such a large following that she no longer has to have any type of a traditional type of a gallery exhibitions. She has enough of a following that people will come from different places around the world. Most of her collectors are indeed from the United States, and that's how you can acquire her artwork. I can't think of another living artist at the moment that's able to pull that off. Richard, back to you.
Well, here we go. It's selling right now. Ladies and gentlemen, 170 bid. 170, got a bid of 170, 170, 180 now. At 180, got a bid of 180, 180, I'm bid. At 180, 180, 180. You bidding? At 190, 190 with Karen. Thank you, Karen. At 190, got a bid of 190. Up, 190, got a bid of 190, 190, got a bid of 190, I'm selling. At 200, thank you, Michael. At 2, got a bid of 2. At 200 bid. At 200, well, it's on sale. It's on sale. The lowest ever for an artist proof by Sarah Wall. At 2 1/4 back with Karen. At 2 1/4. At 2 1/4 bid. At 2 1/4 got a bit of 225. At 225. At 225. 250 with Michael. 250 with Michael. I'll tell you what, we got a lot to get on with, John. Hold the bidding there. Hold the bidding there. Karen, if you want one, let us know. 250, it's with Michael, plus the buyer's premium. Sold and gone. Thank you very much. Well done. Karen, you want one as well? You want one as well? Sold as well. You got, there's 2 of them gone. There are 3 available. 3 available. Ladies and gentlemen, we only had 5. 2 are gone. Michael and Karen straight away. 250 plus the buyer's premium. I think that's very fair. Have a go. Come on, hand signed. There's 3 available. Here's Mitch. Get on the phone now. That is low, and she is out of the building. She has left. She has gone like Elvis. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Mitch.
So ladies and gentlemen, just very quickly, let's talk about artist proofs. EA, by the way, there's 2 terms for artist proof. AP, which makes sense, and EA, which is French, éprouvé d'artiste. Those are typically the only 2 things you'll see. It's one or the other. They tend to be 10% of the actual run. So that means at some point, roughly 250 of these will be made, and that will be what is called the regular edition. Artist proofs are referred to as outside the edition. They are always, and this isn't just Sarah, this is everybody, artist proofs are always the most valuable editions there are. They don't have any visual difference. They look the same as the regular edition. The difference is the number. Instead of 250, you're collecting an edition of 25. Artist proofs are also the first thing that's done. They are pulled before the 250. So they have quite a cachet of just simply collectability. But here's the part that, like I said, is fascinating. We don't know when the rest of the edition will be released. We do know one thing. When the edition is released, I'm assuming by her new publisher, they won't be releasing any artist proofs. None. Because they don't have the rights. It's a legal issue. They do not have the rights. These are the artist proofs. So whenever they're released, whether it's next year or 2 years from now, whoever gets these, you will have something unbelievably collectible, especially if she keeps going on the trajectory where she's going. She's heading for 6 figures. It's amazing. She's just a kid. You want to see something? Let's show my screen one more time. This was a wonderful little press release. I'm thankful that 2.7 million people like or follow the art of teen artist Sarah Wall. That is amazing. 2.7 million. She has such an incredible talent, and so many people are in love with her. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. And by the way, I have to say that includes us. We're in an interesting situation. Are we sad that we lost her? Yes, we are. But she is such a wonderful young lady. She has a massive heart. She's extremely kind, very, very intelligent and well-spoken. But I don't think there's an ounce of prima donna in her. And so the few times I've met her, it's always been a very, very pleasurable experience. So we wish her the best. We really do. I do. We all do. We hope her career keeps heading on the trajectory that it's currently going on. But yeah, we're sad to see her go. This piece I think is very cute, and I wish we had her on. I'd love to hear the story. It's the Penguin artist. So that artist is holding a color palette, and of course all of those colors are splashed around throughout the entire piece. And you can kind of see how she's done that gravity, the centrifugal force thing I was talking about, where the paint's in the middle and then they gently spin the piece and it pushes the paint outwards.
Look at the
really neat technique. Richard, back to you.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, and we are in a situation of just having one available. 250 plus the buyer's premium. Who wants the final one? Remember, the artist proof edition is one of only 25. You will not be able to get her work through the fine art auction very, very soon. If you tune in a month's time and we've got one, I'd be very, very surprised. Let's put it that way. I will be very, very surprised. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the final images then. Last chance, there's one available. Kim's in charge, doing a marvellous job as always. Ladies and gentlemen, 250 plus the buyer's premium, it's yours. Okay, John, let's move on with the show. And coming up now, a really, really, really collectible artist, someone amazing for you. And it is a British art star, and his name is Dotmaster. The clue is in the name, Dotmaster. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Safety Third, the title, and it's lot 407, the original acrylic painting on canvas, executed by the Dotmaster in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the leading street artists of the entire world, up next with Mitch. But first, let's go to video.
I am Leon C6, aka Dotmasters. We are in my studio, in my back garden in London, and I am an artist. This is Captain Sparkle Pants. I got started in art because my mum was a silkscreen technician at a school, and she was a draftswoman anyway, so there was always a drawing table in the house. I cut my first stencil when I was 12, 43 years ago or something, and I silkscreened a t-shirt with it. And then I discovered spray paints. And so it was quite easy to go from silkscreen technology to spray paint and stencil technology. That was quite an easy swap. So I started off doing some odds and sods of graffiti in Brighton. I went to art school where I gave up the graffiti for a bit. But when I came out, I went back to it because I didn't really want to exhibit in a white cube gallery. So I started interactive street works, so that linked from technology, from a sticker on a lamppost to an answering machine to a gallery exhibition. So a lot of the early works that I worked on were graffiti was a marketing tool. It was a way of getting the public to interact with the work that you were doing. So web URLs, treasure maps, and the Dotmasters came out of that practice. I prepare for a street piece by, often there's an invitation from somebody. Sometimes I cut things specifically for one place. I'll think of an idea and it'll only work in this one place, so I'll cut something from that. Site specific. Then often I will be asked by normally an enthusiast in a city that wants to get some of his favourite artists up to paint. I often get asked for that. Then I ask for a Google Maps link, photographs of the wall, what type of ladders we can get. Then it's all logistics. And then certain things lend themselves to certain walls. The scale of the wall will mean you'll have to think bigger. It depends. You don't need to know anything about art to appreciate art. Everybody likes something. And to say that that's something that you like is not art, then that's deluded. Never buy anything you don't like. Never buy anything because you think it's an investment. Never buy anything because you think its price will go up. That's a mistake. You should always buy because you like it first. I think now, because I've been doing this for so long, the work spurs the work. I get inspired by the work I'm doing. I understand why they do the blue period for Picasso and all this now, because in the end you end up playing with certain things repeatedly. So dots are something I've always delved into. I've always liked to be able to make something to fool the eye. So trompe l'oeil. So if something looks like it's, oh, is that painted? Then I've won. I don't care which way you get there. I'm more interested in that illusion than I am in my own voice.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first thing that I definitely have to talk about is I'm not certain, but this might be the first original we've had by Dotmaster. This is not a print. This is a one-of-a-kind, unique, and original acrylic painting by Dotmaster, one of the most successful street artists in the world today. And it's clearly a bit of a tongue-in-cheek piece. It's called Safety Third. So having a little bit of fun with this one. It's a bold, satirical artwork that plays on the common workplace slogan, safety first. By flipping this phrase to safety third, this piece humorously critiques risk-taking behavior and the often dismissed importance of safety protocols. It is done in the Dotmaster signature stencil style, and when I look at this piece, I'll tell you one thing that just really gets me is it's done as an original acrylic painting on canvas, so it's huge. This is a really big piece, 29 by 51. And here's the part that's amazing. Can you give me that close-up once again? Just a scan from the top or the bottom, it doesn't matter. I want you to take a look at how it's pixelated. You see the dots? Now all of that is done by hand. So it's not using a stencil, even though he's fantastic at stencils. All of this is done by hand, using a similar technique of the Neo-Impressionists, but obviously in a very, very modern and contemporary way. When I look at that piece, and I look very closely like we are now, what I see is an unbelievable exercise in patience. I mean, just the amount of the steady hand that you must have and the patience it would take. In fact, it reminds me, now that I think of it, it reminds me a ton of Roy Lichtenstein and his doing the exact same technique, how difficult that was. Richard, back to you.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. I've seen a bid has come in. John, could you let me know who's in the lead? Ohio, thank you very much. Here we go, lot 407. Dotmaster then, the British art star, born in 1972. He really is what you would consider royalty in the art gallery. I mean, the highbrow galleries of London. This is royalty of the artists. Ladies and gentlemen, Safety Third is the title. Pieces like this I've seen, John, selling well over $40,000 in London. It's an original acrylic painting on canvas. It is signed, it is dated, and it is titled by the artist on the verso. I'll show you that in a second. It is a unique work. It was executed by the Dotmaster in 2019. Let's have a look at it, ladies and gentlemen. So a large canvas, very, very large canvas in pristine condition, absolutely fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, and it's so large I'm struggling with the piece. There we are. So a large work, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely superb. The original, and it's on auction now. 1,000. Who's bidding now, John?
That's going to be Oregon.
Oregon, thank you very much. Let's get going then. You've got 2 minutes with Mitch. Good luck on this one. If you get it, to be honest with you, anywhere under 20,000, Mitch, I would consider that an absolute bargain by his standards. Here is Mitch. 2 minutes.
Richard, I got to agree with you on that, because we're not talking about a print here. We're not talking about a limited edition. We're talking about a unique, a one-of-a-kind piece. That is a really very, very special work. Let's go ahead and show my screen one more time. This is from The Guardian. And as we go here and look, one of the things that he was really famous for are his rude kids pieces. So and it's not just this little girl. There's like a half a dozen of them, and it's these little kids all just getting into trouble, doing these things they shouldn't be doing. And let's see if I have any. Oh, I think it was just that one piece they're showing. Is it here? I know there's more. Oh, they're wanting me to sign in. That's why I can't see the rest, because I know there's more of them. Here is another one from Inspired Aberdeen. Let's take a look at some of his pieces. Oh, here they are. Here they are. Here's all the rude kids. So look at the size of this building, and each one of these images is a child misbehaving, is a child having a little bit of fun and kind of doing something they're not supposed to be doing. Now, one of the ways you can tell a street artist is doing really, really well is when they no longer have to hide. Okay, when they no longer have to hide, work in the middle of the night, and they're getting commissions for these large-scale projects, that is definitely how you know a street artist has taken off. So that kind of gives you a little bit of an idea. Here is another one in the new Dotmaster street artwork in Carlisle, as big as the picture. And there it is right there. So again, his pieces are so big that he often has to use, and see, look at the dots. See, this is how he does it. Take a look at this. This is so cool. This is him working on a large piece, and how he gets the measurements and gets that dot-like effect. It's really something. I've never seen an artist do that, or that type of technique by hand, other than Roy Lichtenstein, and it took Lichtenstein forever to do those pieces. Southern Girl Gone Global, I'm not sure what that means. Gallery in the Sky, MB6 street artist in Marrakesh. And so there's the piece right there, and there he is working on it. Now this is, by the way, it looks like that was an article about something else, because I'm like, wait a minute, that's not in Marrakesh. This is in Brighton. The Dotmaster started painting on the streets of Brighton in the early 90s. He's been featured in Oscar-nominated Extras Through the Gift Shop, and, oh my gosh, that's amazing, he was featured in Martin Scorsese's Tomorrow, his artwork. That is pretty darn cool. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, as far as street art goes, Dotmaster is considered one of the street art royalties of the entire world. His style is unbelievably unique and very, very difficult. What's very exciting about this piece easily is the fact that we're looking at an original Dotmaster, and a large 29 by 51. That is a big, big, very cool piece. Richard, back to you.
Well, I'd like to say New York is our top bidder at $1,300. New York, you know what you're looking at, I can tell you, because in New York, you'd probably have to pay somewhere between $40,000 and $50,000 to get this original. He is top level street artist. I mean, you got Banksy, you got Bambi, you have Kef, and then all around that level, Dotmaster, Pure Evil, they're in the top 10 in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, get bidding on this one. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Charlie, you're bidder with New York then. Thank you very much. At 1,300, if you get this under 20,000, you've done incredibly well. I'll give you 60 seconds and 60 seconds only. Look, it's an original, not a print. Ladies and gentlemen, have a look at it. You've seen his work. He started in Brighton, where I'm from, and ladies and gentlemen, he is an absolute celebrity. Brighton, in case you're not familiar, is the most artistic city in Great Britain. It's well known for it, for the theatre, for the arts, etc. And he is the pinnacle artist from Brighton, which is only 1 hour south of London. You can get there in less than an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, get on the phone now, 1,300. Charlie, you're bidder in the lead from New York. Here is Mitch. 60 seconds, Mitch. We've got to move on.
Well, in just the 60 seconds, one of the things that I like to do that just shows the credibility of an artist, because I'm very aware that a lot of people who tune in and watch our show and are bidding, they are entry art collectors. This is something that's new to them. They're passionate about the idea, but of course they want to know more, and I totally understand. Let's show my screen. So one of the things I often do to just show you the credibility of a particular artist is I'll put their name in, so Dotmaster Street Artist in the news, and that tells us a lot. London Calling, News and Stars, Graffiti Street, Art Attack, London Calling again, another one in Graffiti Street, which is entirely a street art publication. Wide Walls, On Art, Street Art Utopia, that's another big one. And as we can see, there's no end to it. Oh my gosh, that is really cool. You know why I love that? That's really neat. That's Ben Ein right there, right next to Dotmaster. So that is two of the absolute greats side by side on that corner, Ben Ein and Dotmaster. I'd love to go see that one myself. I would absolutely be taking photographs of that. Abernethy Inspired, that's another publication. The Guardian, Brooklyn Street Art, and it just, as you can see, it just keeps going and going and going. Oh, look at that. This is really cool. Shoreditch Street Art Tours, London. And that's something that's only started in the last few years, Rude Kids. Let me explain what that is. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Shoreditch is kind of like the mecca of the street art world, but it used to be a really bad neighborhood, so that's why nobody cared. And you would avoid Shoreditch. Not anymore. Now they're doing tours of the street artists, including Dotmaster. Richard, back to you.
I'll take you on a tour of Shoreditch, ladies and gentlemen, and it will blow your mind. It will blow your mind, the prices of this artwork in Shoreditch in London. It is the capital for the world for street art. 1,500, it's back with New York. 1,500, 1,500. Arizona, you're the underbidder at 1,500, 1,500, 1,500. I'm selling. 1,500, you got 15 seconds, Arizona. At 1,500, 1,500. Yes or no? At 15, get a bit of 15, 15 only. This has to be one of the deals of 2025, John. I've seen them sell myself between 40 and 50,000. It's going now at 1,500. At 1,500, is there anyone else? This is not even the price of an unframed print in his galleries in London. You cannot get an unframed print. This is an original, ladies and gentlemen. Look them up, Google them. Come on, the galleries are selling these at close 40 to 50,000. I'm selling it now. It's going now at 15, a bit of 15, 15 bid, 15 bid, 15 bid. Arizona's out, thank you. It's with New York then at 1,500. Another one off anyone at 15 going once. At 1,500. Well, New York looks like you've outbid everyone in America. You've got the deal of 2025 so far. At 1,500 going once. 1,500 going twice. Charlie, get ready to congratulate your bidder for me at 1,500. Thank you very much. I love your glasses this evening. I'll borrow those later. 1,500, third and the final time. So, thank you very much. Well done, Charlie. Congratulate your bidder for me. Thank you. Well done. Well, you'll never see those anywhere at that money. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on. The next artist coming up is a 1962 work by the one and only Pablo Picasso. It's his world-famous lino cuts. And up next is the master from Spain, Picasso.
Pablo Picasso was one of the greatest and most influential artists of the 20th century, as well as the co-creator of Cubism. Born in Malaga, Spain in 1881, Picasso was a painter, sculptor, printmaker, ceramic artist, stage designer, and was considered radical in his work.
Pablo Picasso, the name is just so huge. It's just a global name. When he first arrived in Paris in 1899, did he even think that he would dominate the entire history of art, the world of art, for the next 100 years?
In 1904, Pablo Picasso moved to Paris, the cultural centre of European art, to open his own studio. Art critics and historians typically break Picasso's adult career into two distinct periods: his blue period and his rose period. By 1905, Picasso had largely overcome the depression that had previously debilitated him. His most famous paintings from these years include The Family of Saltimbanque, Gertrude Stein, and Two Nudes. In 1907, Picasso produced a painting unlike anything he or anyone else had ever painted before. It is Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, a chilling depiction of 5 nude prostitutes abstracted and distorted with sharp geometric figures and features. The outbreak of World War I ushered in the next great change in Picasso's art. Guernica, Picasso's most well-known surrealist painting, deemed one of the greatest paintings of all time, emerged from Picasso's outrage at the bombing and the inhumanity of war. Guernica remains one of the most moving and powerful anti-war paintings in history.
His life was huge. I mean, it was just absolutely huge. There's no way to cover him in 10 minutes or even an hour. I mean, what he was able to accomplish was extraordinary.
Inarguably one of the most celebrated and influential painters of the 20th century, Picasso continues to garner reverence for his technical mastery, his visionary creativity, and his profound empathy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this actually represents a very unique part of not only art history, but Picasso's history itself. It is what's called a lino cut. Now, a lino cut is a very, very unusual form of art, but what's ironic is often we would do something very, very similar to it when we were in kindergarten, right? That's kind of where this concept came from. Picasso was a fantastic printmaker. He did all kinds of things, from woodcuts, etchings, engravings, aquatints, lithography, and of course what you're looking at here, the lino cut. Now, what is a lino cut? Did you know it has a very, very unusual nickname, and that is art by destruction? Yeah, isn't that wild? Because well, let's actually talk about what it is, and then I'll explain where that name comes from. A lino cut, as it implies, is linoleum. It's about a ½ inch thick sheet of linoleum, not like what your grandmother had on her kitchen floor. There's no color to it. It's just plain black linoleum. The artist doesn't draw, they cut. They incise directly into the linoleum. Now, this is what appears to be at first glance a 3-cut lino cut. And so they cut it once, ink it with a certain color, press it to the paper, however many times they're going to make it. They cut it again, ink it a second time, press it to the paper again, and then cut it a third time to get, so for every color that you apply, it's a different series of cut. So if you get up to like 8, 9, 10, 12 colors, by the time you're done, the linoleum is just in shreds. That's why they call it art by destruction. Now, let's go ahead and show my screen. This is Pablo Picasso in 1953 with his 2 children, and it's one of my favorite photos. And this is a single color lino cut. Now, the piece that he's holding in his right hand, or on our left, the black piece, that's linoleum. Now, as you can see, he's incised directly into it, and then by inking it, he's able to get the piece on the right. Now, that's a photo of him making a lino cut right there. He's not drawing, he's cutting. Now, there he is describing the basics of how a lino cut is made. And there they are incising directly into linoleum. And then that's a little guide on how a multicolor lino cut is made. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now let's talk about valuation and where this piece comes from, because that's important as well. One of the things that Picasso started doing quite early on, or I should say about the middle of his career, because really early on he was, my gosh, nobody knew who he was. One of the things that he started doing was he started having two different editions, when he would do lino cuts as well as when he would do lithographs and sometimes even etchings and engravings. As Picasso got more and more famous, the one thing that became very, very apparent is only the rich could afford his artwork that was signed, and especially his paintings. My gosh, you really had to be wealthy to afford one of Picasso's paintings in 1960, 1955, that's for sure. But one of the things Picasso, Chagall, Miro, Dalí all realized, and I'm sure they probably had discussions about this, is once the medium is made, for instance, the linoleum or the lithographic plate, there's no reason not to do two separate editions. No reason at all. Now, the signed edition would be smaller, usually an edition of 50, and the unsigned edition would be larger, anywhere from 250 to 500. But it's from the same exact art source. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Now, this is the piece that you're bidding on. It's the very piece you're bidding on. Now, the difference is this one is signed. Right there. That's Picasso's signature. This piece is currently for sale for $110,000. Now, lino cuts are really expensive. His most expensive, his most valuable lino cut is this piece called Kranich. It was done in 1958. There's 50 of them on Earth. And in 1958, you ready for this? You could have bought one of those pieces for $600 bucks. $600. Today, that particular work sells for 1.4 to 1.67 million, depending upon who's selling it. But this gives you an idea. These are lino cuts. $250,000, $95,000. There's a single color lino cut from 1955. $100,000, $83,000, $80,000, 70,000 euros, 60,000. Lino cuts are incredibly expensive. There's one for 60,000 euros, but like this one, the really expensive ones are signed right there. So the one that you're bidding on, let's go ahead and go back to the piece. You are bidding on an actual lino cut called Trois Femmes. That, of course, is the three women. And I think, let's see if I can find it there. I can find one. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is around the same year, 1960s. That is an unsigned lino cut from the same time period. And that is the reason for the weird dollar amount is that's what happens when the artwork is selling in Europe and then they're translating it from euros to US dollars. You always get this weird like that. $5,957.98. That is an unsigned lino cut. Let's go and go back to the piece. The most important thing to note is two things. This was done by the hand of Pablo Picasso. No question. This was also done during his life. This is a life impression. Richard, back to you.
John, and let's see what happens. A little bit slow in getting on the phone with the bid, but let's see what happens. Okay. Pablo Picasso, lot 408. Pablo Picasso, born in Malaga in Spain in 1881. He died in 1973. This one, Trois Femmes, the three women. It is an original lino cut in color on woven paper after the original. When we come back to Mitch, he might take us all on a lovely trip to Paris to the gallery Louise Larice, the most famous gallery in Paris, working in collaboration with the most famous artist of the era. It is a 1962 Louise Larice work. In collaboration with Picasso. Picasso was world famous for the lino cuts. Why did he choose that medium? Well, actually it chose him, because during World War II, being a Spaniard, he was largely left alone by the Nazis when they occupied Paris. However, most of the artists they didn't have the freedom. Obviously, someone like Chagall, the most famous Jewish artist in the world, had to leave Paris, get on a boat, and come over to America. And that's why he loved America. But anyway, Picasso, at that time, they couldn't use copper. And remember, actually, we should really be thinking and celebrating as of today and over the next 3 days on the 8th of May. So it started today and leads up to the 8th of May, was Victory in Europe Day, 80 years ago. And there's still 1 or 2 survivors from the wartime period that served during the war. They're now in their 90s or just over 100. What an amazing generation, my grandparents' generation, wonderful people. And when you listen to them, what they went through during that wartime period. So quite amazing. But Picasso went through the war and he discovered, he went back in time and said, I'm going to start using linoleum. So even after the war, this is only 17 years after the war ended that he created this. So it's a 1962 Picasso original lino cut in collaboration with the wonderful Gallery Louise Larice. Remember, no copper was available for artists to do engravings and all that kind of thing. You know, this is why really during World War II he started doing the lino cuts in a major way, and by 17 years later in 62 he was world famous for these. And in the 70s when I was at school, then every child was starting to learn how to do lino cuts just like Picasso. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get bidding on this spectacular piece. It's a great work, The Three Women, Trois Femmes by Picasso, 62 work. Here's Mitch, good luck.
So a couple of things to share with you. What Richard was talking about and why this piece was so incredibly important is it was published by the gallery. Let's go and show my screen. Gallery Louise Rader, and that is the Wikipedia page for that gallery, established by Daniel Henri Kahnweiler in 1920, one of the greatest art businessmen and collectors in the history of art, no question about it. They represented people like Picasso, André Masson, Juan Gris, and Fernand Léger. Now, what Richard was talking about, if I go over here, there are some really neat photographs of Picasso. There's Kahnweiler right there. That's Daniel Henri Kahnweiler. Right next to him, that is Louise Rader right there. So that's her. And that's Picasso examining different pieces, like different different drawings, lithographs. That's probably one of my favorites. There's Picasso, there's Louise Rader right there. So this was, I mean, when Picasso was in this gallery with Daniel Kahnweiler, this was a really big deal. I mean, this was a really big deal. So you kind of get an idea just from looking at some of these photographs. That's where your piece originates from. So it's very, very special. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now, in the few seconds I have left, the one thing I always try to talk about, and it's something, unless you're in the art world, most people are just not familiar with it. Over the years, Picasso has become the safest art investment there is. And I hardly ever use that word. And we're not talking about great big spikes. We're just talking about consistency. There's no one like him. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is the overall Picasso market compared to the S&P over the last 20 some odd years. But the big jump, as you can see, started in 2003. Why? And this was a great article about from the Wall Street Journal. There is no argument over their worth. They have grown consistently in value in an art market that's awash with money but short of supply. But in 2003, this particular piece of art became the first art in history to sell for over $100 million. It sold for $104 when it was supposed to only get $70 million. So that was a really big difference. Let's go back to the piece. Around the same time period, just before, around the year 2000, the Picasso publisher ran out of all of his pieces that he'd been sitting on since Picasso's death in 1973. He'd been doling out things like etchings, engravings, lino cuts, little by little, to different galleries all over the world for that roughly 30-year period. So the point is, since about the year 2000, the only way you can buy a Picasso is to buy it from somebody else who's willing to sell it. Galleries can no longer dip into the well of going back to the publisher. The publisher no longer has any at all. But that piece that sold for 103 million had an incredible effect on the valuation of art. I'll show you an example. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This was a Christie's lithograph auction that took place 6 months after that record-breaking sale. Now, none of these pieces are signed. This piece had a high estimate of $5,000 to $8,000. It sold for $38,000. That piece had a high estimate of $15,000, sold for $77,000. That piece had a high estimate of $85,000, sold for a staggering $567,000. Richard, back to you.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. I'm selling 350 is bid. 350. Are you bidding? Are you bidding? Yes or no? Come on, you got to be quick. Give me your best and final bid now. Give me your best and final bid. Is there anyone else? Yes or no? Anyone else? Yes or no? 350 bid. 350 bid. 375 bid. 375 is bid. 375. Anyone else take another 25? Anyone else? Yes or no? Give me your best and final bid. Give me your best and final bid. 4 is bid. Thank you. 400 bid. At 4, get a bid of 4. At 400 bid. At 4, get a bid of 4. 400 bid, and I'll take 25 more on the 1962 Picasso, Louise Larrère, wonderful, wonderful piece. Some people say Laris, later on Louise Laris. This is a wonderful piece from the Laris Gallery in Paris. Later when I'm selling it, well, this is archetypal Picasso of the era. Doesn't get more quintessential than this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to go. Final thoughts, Mitch. You got 20 seconds with Mitch. 20 seconds only, then the hammer's coming down.
Well, as Richard was just saying, when he's talking about this type of artwork, this is his quintessential, this is what he was so very famous for, was his lino cuts. Can you show my screen one more time? Again, this is from the same exact set of linoleum. Same thing. $110,000. The difference, that signature right there, signed by him. But that is the same exact piece that you were bidding on, minus the signature. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. I will tell you this, one thing is proven absolute, is that owning any type of Picasso is going to be a good thing. I always tell clients, and I've been saying this for 20, 30 years, is when you acquire any Picasso in any price range, don't think about it so much as something you're getting for yourself. Think about it as something that you're acquiring for your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. Because one thing is certain, there's no question about this, as time goes on, not only will the valuation increase, but the more important part, the availability will continue to decrease. Why? Because less than 5% of all Picassos that ever get purchased have ever been resold. That's a staggering statistic. Richard, back to you.
Well, he's absolutely right once again, ladies and gentlemen, but there we go. Best and final bid we're selling now. Best and final bid. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Last chance, last call, gavels high. Going once, going twice. You got it, well done. We're moving on. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and congratulations. Now we have a fantastic piece coming your way, and it is lot 409 by Bruno Poji. Ladies and gentlemen, and a wonderful, wonderful glass sculpture, blown glass vase in turquoise, signed by the artist under the base. It was a unique work executed by Poji 45 years ago. John, we're going to bring up the main light on this one just for the moment, and then I will play with the lighting. Here is Mitch.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is going way back. This is definitely going very, very far back in time. Bruno Poji, let's actually back up a little further, and then we'll talk about Bruno and where he fits into all of this timeline, if you will. The most famous glass blowing area, I guess that's probably a good way to say it, in the world is an area just outside of Venice, Italy. In fact, let's see if I can, see if I can find a photo for you so you can see it, or several photos. Murano, oh, go away. Murano, Italy, Murano, there we go. On a tiny little island called Murano. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is Murano, Italy. Now, it is not very big at all, but what it is most famous for, Murano, Italy, glass, is glass blowing. And this is a technique that many different glass blowers over, and I'm talking centuries now, centuries, were able to develop. Now let's go ahead and go back to the piece. The technique of the Murano glass artisans was so specific several centuries ago that the Doge, essentially the king of Venice, laid down an edict, which was pretty unbelievable, that if you were a glass blower, you weren't allowed to leave the island of Murano ever. Your life was there. And we're talking about an area the size of maybe 5-6 football fields. That was where your life was. They were so concerned about the secretive nature of Murano glass and ever getting out that was really a problem. Now, some of the greats their works are incredibly, incredibly expensive. That is absolutely for certain. Now, the artist that you're bidding on, this is kind of a neat story. Let's go ahead and show my screen. It started from a foundation, and it's talking about the Murano glass, and this is a studio that dates back several centuries, is where it started. But this particular company was founded in 1974, let's see if I can highlight this so you can see it, by Mario Gambaro and Bruno Poji, considered two of the greatest glass blowers in the history of Murano. So their studio still exists with other glass blowers that are working under them, producing some of the greatest Murano glass in the history of the actual art form itself. But what you're bidding on, let's go back to the piece. See if I can make this make a little bit more sense. You have these two gentlemen that are the founders of this studio in 1974. You're not bidding on one of the pieces done by their apprentices, or an apprentice of them, I should say. Someone who is learning the craft and working underneath them. You are getting the work of the master. This is the work of the master. This is a piece directly by Bruno Poji. Now, the thing that's also very interesting about this type of glass that everybody should know is that there is no way, and this is another reason why people collect it so much, there's no way to reproduce them. There's absolutely no way. It's not possible to reproduce them. And what I mean by that is you can't make a limited edition. With bronze, you can cast bronze. You can create a cast and then pour the molten bronze directly into the cast and create it's called a lost wax bronze, and you can create a limited edition from from a clay sculpture using that casting technique. Molten glass is much too thick. It won't pour. You cannot cast it. So every single piece, every single work from Bruno Poji that exists out there is indeed a one of a kind. What I really love about this particular work, as Richard gets over close to it and starts handling it, you'll see several aspects of it. But what I really love about this piece is it has this antiquities type of a look to it. It looks like something that dates back thousands of years. Richard, back to you.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Bruno Poji, the famous sculptor, glass sculptor. And ladies and gentlemen, I had the great pleasure of going to Venice a few times in my career. And in fact, I did an auction sailing into the Grand Canal in Venice on top of a beautiful ship. And I actually held the auction outside. And why did I do that? Because I had an artist on with me at the time, a very famous artist from South Korea, and I'd asked him to do a beautiful painting during the voyage of Venice. And when we arrived in Venice, I unveiled the painting on the top deck of the ship, and I had all the VIPs from all over the world, there to see the unveiling, and we auctioned it live as we're sailing past, St. Mark's Square and all the wonderful background of Venice. So a very, very romantic little auction organized by Riccardo. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to this one. Bruno Poji then, the Italian 20th century glass sculptor master. John, I see a bid has come in. Who is our top bidder at the moment?
Washington.
Washington, thank you for the bid. Blown glass vase in turquoise, signed by the artist under the base. I'm about to show you that. We've only had one bid. It is a unique work. It was executed by Poji in 1980, ladies and gentlemen, so it's 45 years of age. I've got to say, looking at the piece here, it is in absolute mint condition, and the way that he's done this, imagine it, ladies and gentlemen. If you can, let's attempt to turn down the light, and I'm going to bring my $20,000 torch onto it, flashlight. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to see, look at how perfect the cylindrical nature of the piece is. Look at it. How did he get that absolutely so perfect? When you blow that by literally, it's not done by machine. This is all done by hand and mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, so beautifully hand blown. I've watched them do this in Murano, and he was one of the leading exponents of it in Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, what a great, great piece. I think I'm going to try and attempt to show you the signature here. There you have it on the bottom there. I've got it upside down, of course I have, ladies and gentlemen. So there we go. Let's see. Poji, Bruno. Poji, Bruno. There is his signature on the piece. It's got a beautiful sort of frosted finish to the work, ladies and gentlemen. That is gorgeous. John, I'm going to attempt to bring this down onto a lower level now, very, very carefully. Let's have a look at it. Let's take this 45-year-old perfect condition vase, and ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the work. It's very difficult for me to say vase, by the way. I've spent 60 years saying vase. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful vase, and look at it. The condition is absolutely perfect. I'm trying to be very careful with it. The lip, perfect, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, get the lighting right. Get lighting coming underneath it. Look at the lovely colors in that turquoise. Let's go back to Mitch. I'll give you 2 minutes. Only one bidder. You did say Washington, didn't you, John?
I did.
Washington. Looks like you're the only bidder. Well done. Here is Mitch.
So ladies and gentlemen, just out of interest, let's go ahead and take a look at my screen real quick. If I just type in the word Murano glass blowers, we see some wonderful demonstrations. Again, this goes back centuries. Many different artists, and only a few of them ever rose to the, I guess you could say, to the levels of fame where they were known by name. So that is something to definitely be aware of. One of the things to keep in mind is the man that you're bidding on, he's the one that these young people come, or one of the greats that these young people come and apprentice with, to get a chance to learn from some of the greats out there. So you kind of get an idea just by looking at some of these demonstrations. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So once again, Bruno Poji was one of the founders of a particular studio, and that particular studio is called the Gambero. and Tagliaparita Murano Glass Studio. And he was the one that founded it, along with another man by the name of Artistica Gambaro. So interesting names, huh? Or wait a second, make sure I have that name correct. Where are they? Oh, the two brother-in-laws. Okay. Oh, Mario. Forgive me. I knew that word was something about artistic in Italian. It's Mario Gambaro and Bruno Poji. They are two brother-in-law who, and they grew up in Murano. They grew up on the island of Murano and started training when they were just kids. And now they are two of the Now, I'm not even sure, honestly, 74, I'm not even sure if Bruno is still working. That's something to kind of keep in mind, because they founded that studio in 1974. So it's possible, in fact, when you think about that, my gosh, 94, 14, that was 50 years ago. And that's when he founded the studio. So chances are, I don't think Signore Poji is still working any longer. There's the signature. And as I said, every one of these pieces is a unique item. Every single one of these pieces is completely unique. One of the things I really enjoy about this one is some of the Murano glass pieces, and I've been to Venice, Italy multiple times. Some of the Murano glass pieces, they use a lot of really, let me see if I can find an example. They use a lot of these, see if I can find it real quick. These really wild colors. Let's go ahead and show my screen real quickly. And they're really like over the top. This is some of the things you'll see in Murano, these little buttons. Let's go back to the piece. The one you're bidding on has a very, very traditional feel to it. Richard, back to you.
Well, it's selling now, ladies and gentlemen. We're very low on this. It's 45 years of age. I can't quite get the lighting right, but that gives you some idea at least. If you get your lights right at home, that is a beautiful Italian artifact. Italian hand-blown glass. Ladies and gentlemen, what a superb piece. Gorgeous work. I'm selling it now. Anyone else, yes or no? You got 30 seconds with me. I can't believe we're under 1,000 on this piece. Should be selling in the region of 7,000 to 8,000 for one of these. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going. Anyone else, yes or no? Last chance, last call. What a beautiful artifact. Italian works, 45 years of age. From, Venice, ladies and gentlemen, from Murano. What a great piece. 800 is bid. 800. Someone give me 1,000. Come on, it's worth that. Pennsylvania. Anyone else? Pennsylvania then at 800 I'm selling. 800 bid. You got 30 seconds with me. 800 bid. Pennsylvania in the lead. Last chance. 800, 20 seconds with me now. 800 only. 800 only with Pennsylvania. 800 is that Sammy's bidder. 800 is bid. Last chance, you got 15 seconds. 800 is bid. 800 is bid. That's Roxy's bidder, Pennsylvania. 800 is bid. 800. Sammy not bidding. Tawana, last chance. 800 is bid. 800. Anyone else, yes or no? With Roxy's bidder, Pennsylvania then. 800 going once. Last call, Tawana. 800 going twice. Let me know. You've got to be quick. You must be quick. Darren, are you bidding? Thank you, sir. 800 is bid. 800 only. Last call, last chance. 850 just in time. Thank you, Darren. 850 bid. 850 is bid. 850 only on the 1980 Murano. 850 from Maryland. Maryland on the Murano. 900 with Pennsylvania. Roxy's bidder. 900 is bid. You might want to go to 1,000, Darren. Sure? 950, I'll take it. Thank you. 950 is bid. 950 is bid. Darren's bidder. 950. The only reason I ask is because when you go to 1,000, the next bid then becomes $100. 1,000 is bid with Pennsylvania. Thank you. 1,000 bid. 1,000. Now 100. 1,100. Thank you, Darren. 1,100. Darren's bid. At 1,100. At 1,100 with Darren. 1,100 I'm bid on line 5. 1,100 and I'm selling. 1,100. 1,100. At 1,100 bid. 11 bid. 11, give me 12. Roxy, last chance. 12 with Roxy. Thank you. 12 with Roxy. 12 is bid. Pennsylvania on the Murano at 1,200. 13. 13 is bid. Darren's bidder. Where are they from, Darren? Maryland, thank you for reminding me. Thank you. 13 bid. 13 bid. 13 bid. 13 bid. 13 bid. Maryland in the lead. 14 with Pennsylvania now. Roxy's bidder in the lead. 14 is there 15. 14 another one. Don't lose it. 14 I'm selling. 15 good bid. Thank you. 15 is bid. 15 is bid. 15 is bid with Maryland. 15 bid. 1,500 bid. 1,500. 1,500 Pennsylvania. You've been a great bidder. What a fantastic piece. 1,600 it is with Pennsylvania. 16 bid. 16 bid. 16 is bid. Any further bids? Thank you, Maryland. Thank you, Darren. They're out now. 1,600 it is with Pennsylvania then. At 1,600 it goes all the way, going once, going twice. Beautiful piece. Handle that very carefully, John. The gavel's high. Sold and gone. Congratulate your bidder. Thank you. And thank you very much, Maryland, as well. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on with the show. Very, very special piece coming your way. And this is just an extraordinary night. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a beautiful work of art coming up now by Salvador Dalí. Very rare piece indeed. Look at that. But don't forget, coming up in just under 1 hour is the sensational wildlife artist, Miss Ashley Rader, coming at 10:30. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, the master himself, a hand-signed work of a very, very special nature. I will tell you in a moment. Here he is, Salvador Dalí.
Salvador Dalí is among the most versatile and prolific artists of the 20th century, and of course, the most famous surrealist. Though chiefly remembered for his painterly output over the course of his long career, he successfully turned to sculpture, printmaking, fashion, advertising, writing, and perhaps most famously, filmmaking.
If you go to the Dalí Museum in Spain, you'll see a painting called Leda Atomica. There's no brushstrokes. It looks ethereal, doesn't even look real. He would paint with one eyelash, and he would build his own brushes.
Dalí was renowned for his flamboyant personality and the role of a mysterious provocateur as much as he was for his undeniable technical virtuosity. In 1926, Dalí took a life-changing trip to Paris. He visited Pablo Picasso in his studio and found great inspiration in what the Cubist was doing. He began studying the psychoanalytical concepts of Freud and consequently began using psychoanalytic methods of mining the subconscious to generate imagery. His first serious work of this style was Apparatus in Hand of 1927.
Dalí was known for having an extraordinary ego. He truly believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived.
In 1929, Dalí met the French surrealist poet Paul Édouard and his wife Gala. Soon after this original meeting, Dalí moved to Paris and was invited by André Breton to join the surrealists for the next several years.
He also collapsed in this kind of sadness and melancholy of the other kind of modern school.
I see. So that really you feel that surrealism, having started when you were with it as very gay, has now sunk into melancholy and despair, and that you alone remain as a true representative of it.
Absolutely.
So ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to this particular piece in this particular series, there's an awful lot to talk about because there's several things to kind of go over. That video is terrific. I love that video. But there's a couple of things that it doesn't go into. One of the big ones is Salvador Dalí. When people often ask me, you know, what was it that made him such an amazing artist? Well, it was two things. One was his technical skill. So what he was able to do with his hand, his ability as an artist from a technical point of view. The second was his imagination. That is the one thing that people often don't think about. They just don't. You have to remember, for many years, for decades and decades and decades, in fact, you could even go back centuries, all artists had one thing in common. In one way or another, they painted what they saw. Even if you look at the Sistine Chapel by Michelangelo, he used models. He used models and studies for each one of the characters before he painted the final thing on that particular ceiling, on the fresco. Whereas Dalí, when he came along, he was one of the first artists around that had this wild, crazy imagination, and he hardly ever used models. Everything came out of his mind. Another funny little fact about Dalí, and then I'll talk a little bit more about this particular piece, is during his lifetime, he found, let me rephrase, I shouldn't say during his lifetime. In the beginning part of his career, when he arrived in Paris, he had such a fire in his belly. I mean, he really did. He wanted to just take over the world, so to speak, and he kind of built a bad reputation for himself. Art galleries, everybody was talking about the crazy Spaniard who was, running around demanding one-person, art exhibition, things of this nature. What eventually happened is the art buyers, the clients, began hearing about, again, quote unquote, this crazy Spanish artist, and they began to say, well, what does his work look like? Now, of course, once they saw it, the rest was history. The proof was in the pudding, and he took off like a rocket. This taught Dalí inadvertently a very important lesson, that it was good to be considered an artistic genius, was much, much better to be considered an artistic mad genius. Let's go and show my screen. That's one of the reasons why for the rest of his life, he always kind of led on this persona of being a total lunatic, someone who might snap at any moment. But that was all just part of the act. Certain publicity stunts, like walking his pet anteater through Paris on a leash. Yeah, lots of news coverage there. What about diving into the Grand Canal and creating a painting of Venice while swimming around the Grand Canal? Can't even imagine how tough that was. And one of my favorite photos, one of the greatest photos in art history, I can't even imagine how long it took, one, to set up this photo, and two, to actually get this result with the cats and the water and everything else, but only out of the mind of Dalí. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this specific work has something, multiple things that are very special. When Dalí would create different series of prints, whether it be lithographs, woodcuts, etchings, whatever it was, the one thing that Dalí was known for is that he was his biggest competitor. He was always trying to outdo whatever he did last. So it had to be more complicated, more this, more that. What you're looking at in printmaking is exceedingly unusual because it's using two different mediums within the same piece. We never see that. It's either a lithograph or an etching. It's very rarely both. If you can give me a close-up right on the center of the piece, the fine lines, all of that was done with all of that was done with an etching plate, a copper plate that was printed onto the lambskin using traditional etching technique. And nothing else was there, nothing at all. Then, if you back up a little bit, you'll see all the colors. That was all done with a lithographic stone. Multiple stones and how you got the color. That's why they look so entirely different. But to use both techniques within the same image was unheard of in 1974. It was just unheard of. Richard, back to you.
Sharon, thank you very much. I have New Jersey in the lead at 2,000. Thank you for the opening bid. Sensible opening bid at least. Thank you, I appreciate it. Salvador Dalí. A very valuable work of art. Let me explain what you've got in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. This piece is called Moisés Sauve des Eaux. Moisés Sauve des Eaux. It is a 1974 original hand-signed work by Dalí, and it is an etching over lithography, so mixed media. But here is the key. We're so lucky we've had 3 of these now, different images on the lambskin. Prior to me coming here 6 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, what I can tell you is that we actually, I'd probably only auction maybe 2 of these in the previous 30 odd years. So we're very lucky to have this here, ladies and gentlemen. It is the hand-signed lambskin etching over lithography. Very rare. That is not paper. It's actual lambskin. So original etching over lithography on lambskin. This is very rare. It's hand-signed and it is numbered. The number you're bidding on is 165 out of 250. Published by Éditions d'Art et Valeurs of Paris. And ladies and gentlemen, they created this in 1974 with the master, the greatest surrealist in the history of mankind, not just the 20th century, the greatest artist of his type, in my opinion. That signature alone trades for about $10,000. I would happily, Mitch, if you're there, I can't see. Thank you, John. But if he is there, okay, I couldn't see from here, thank you. Mitch, I would happily have that in a gallery around the $30,000 mark, easily, for a hand-signed lambskin edition. That's as rare as they come. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get bidding on this one. Once again, I think it was New Jersey, wasn't it, John? Thank you. New Jersey 2000. Thank you for your opening bid. Fair bid. Let's get it underway. But this should be selling somewhere in the region of 7,000 to 10,000. Even here. Even here. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Mitch. 2 minutes.
So ladies and gentlemen, one of the things we talked about was how unique this piece was because it used 2 separate techniques within the same work. And then the third item, who on earth would ever think to print on lambskin? I've never heard of it. I've been around 30 years and I've never heard of anyone doing that except for Salvador Dalí. Now when Richard was talking about galleries, how about we do one better than that? Let's go ahead and show my screen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Dalí Museum in Paris. That's the Dalí Museum in Paris. And in 2019, they had a special exhibition that featured the entire suite of the pieces that he did on lambskin, including the exact piece that you're bidding on right there. Now, that doesn't get any bigger than that. That is the Dalí Museum talking about this specific piece and how it's going to be on display for this particular event in November of 2019. Now, to give you an idea of what his pieces can sell for, just prints-wise, this is his record for a limited edition. So that is indeed a limited edition print, and that piece, as you can see, sold for a pretty staggering $442,000, and that was all the way back in 1989. That was a woodcut, so that is a different technique. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. His record for an original, of course, is in the millions of dollars. The single most important thing about this work is the fact that it is indeed hand-signed. That is a hand-signed piece. It is not one of the pieces that was done without a signature. That is, again, that all by itself, just let's put it this way, the hand signature alone, just the hand signature, his autograph is worth more than what you're bidding. Now that much I can tell you for sure. An authentic Dalí autograph is worth more than $2,100. Ladies and gentlemen, only 250 of these was done. It was done in 1974. It is, as I said, one of the only examples of a double technique within the same print that I've ever heard of. And it is certainly one of the only examples that I know of where the artist used 2 separate techniques within the same work. And one of the things on a side note, what about that frame? Man, that is a great frame. That is a couple $1,000s in framing right there. That is a really special piece. Richard, back to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 3 bidders on the phone at the moment, so thank you very much for participating. We have, and I just thought I'd show you, as Mitch mentioned, the frame. Yes, it's a beautiful, beautiful frame. The frame, probably $1,500 just to frame that. With the fillet, the matting, the beautiful frame. But ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about a $30,000 lambskin, hand-signed Salvador Dalí. I can only give you one more minute on it. I've got to end the auction in the next 60 seconds, so be quick if you want to bid. Last chance, last call. I appreciate your bids, the three of you. Thank you so much. Here's Mitch. 60 seconds, Mitch. Then it's gone.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I always think anytime you get a chance to own an authentic Salvador Dalí, that's a big deal all by itself. There's just no question about it. And just for interest's sake, let me find it real quick. Let's take a look at his auction record for a painting, just so you can kind of see it. And that way we can kind of have an idea. I just have to go through those screens real quick. There it is. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is his auction record for a painting. It was set back in 2011. It sold for just shy of $22 million. And then his number 2 piece was this one right here. That sold for $16.3 million in 2012. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. The one thing you have to remember, though, is most important works are in museums and they're going to stay there forever. The persistence of memory, if that were to go up on the block right now, I wouldn't be surprised if it was 60, 70, 80, 90 million dollars. His most famous works are in museums. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, you're bidding on, as far as graphics work go by Salvador Dalí, it doesn't get much bigger than this. This is one of the really, really unique pieces. So much so, I'll show you this one more time because I just think it was really impressive. Let's show my screen one more time. This is the website for the Dalí Museum in Paris. That is their website. So for them to feature this particular piece by name for that particular exhibition, for people to come in and see these particular works, I mean, that all by itself, that really says something. Richard, back to you.
Last call then, 31 on bid with Massachusetts. Indiana in the lead. Let's get it right. Indiana, thank you. Focus. Indiana in the lead at 31. At 31, going to bid a 3-1, 3-1, 3-1 bid. 3-1. 3-1 is bid with Indiana. At 31, Massachusetts, are you out now? At 31. 31 is with Indiana. At 31 on bid. At 31, going to bid a 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1 bid. At 3-1. How much? 3-3. Thank you so much. At 33. At 33, who's got 35 now? At 33, 33, at 3-3 bid, at 3-3, who's got 3-5? At 33, 33 is bid, 33, 33, last call, last chance, at 33, 33, hand signed on, how much? Thank you, Cassie, 34, where from? 34, where? Florida, thank you. 34 is bid. You're now the top bidder at 34. 34. 34 is bid. Indiana's out at 34. At 34 bid. At 3-4, going to bid a 3-4 with Florida. I'm selling. At 34, anyone else? At 34 and it's about to go. At 34 and I'm selling going once. 3-4 going twice. 3-4. Well done. Well done, Florida. You just nipped in there. Just in time. Thank you, Indiana, as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, sorry to do this. I'm out of breath, but I've got no choice. We're very short of time. Big show coming your way at 10:30. We're going to start. She will be arriving very, very soon. She had a busy day today with all the press conferences and photographers, etc. But she's on her way to us, and we will be presenting the inaugural collection of the wonderful wildlife artist Ashley Rader. Get ready for that. It's coming up in just over half an hour's time. So I'm a little short of time, so I've got to do this, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you all know about the Divine Comedy. Those of you who've watched the show for the last 19 years in June, we're having firework party, ladies and gentlemen. And lot 411 is Salvador Dalí. Original woodcut engraving in color. It's called Minos. It's from 1964. It's a very, very famous piece. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put up a 3-minute clock. And I'm going to do this, ladies and gentlemen. It is the original woodcut engraving in colour, printed on BFK Reeves woven paper, first edition, 1960 to 64, published by Edition des Arts Les Eclairs of Paris. First person to call in. This is a gift for you. I can't do any better. Ladies and gentlemen, first person to call in, 300. Get on the phone. 300, no buyer's premium. That is a deal. You'll never see a Divine Comedy at that level. It's got all the Dalínian elements. You've got 2.5 minutes to learn about it. But first person, Kim, you're in charge. 300, no buyer's premium. First person to call in, it's yours.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've only got a short amount of time, so I'm just going to give you the really quick version of it. Again, amazing story. It was around 1952-ish that Salvador Dalí was commissioned to illustrate the Divine Comedy by not a publisher, by the Italian government, which was really, it raised a lot of eyebrows, that's for sure. Why? Because Dalí's Spanish, and here the Italians are, the government, asking him to illustrate their most beloved author, a man by the name of Dante Alighieri, who is, I always like to say, he is to Italy what Shakespeare was to England. So Alighieri is absolutely Italy's most revered author. Everything was going great. It took a long time because first he had to do the watercolors. Well, first he had to understand the book, which is no easy task. And then second, for about a 4-year period from 1960 to 1964, he worked on the woodcuts. That wasn't without a hiccup or two in between. About halfway through, the Italian government changed, new election, and they canceled the contract because they were so infuriated the fact that the previous government would hire a Spanish artist to illustrate this project. However, it was finished under the guidance of a man by the name of Joseph Ferrer, who owned Le Hair Editions in Paris, France. Richard, back to you.
So it may have gone. I'm pretty sure it may have gone. You just got to double check with the phone team later on, and they will let you know if it's gone or not. That was the deal of the night. Fantastic. John, let's move on. Here we go. There we go. Simple as that. Just call in. If you're all on the phone, they'll let you know, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Hope you understand, but very short a time. I didn't want to miss it completely. At least give someone an opportunity. There we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, look at these amazing works. I love this one with the gold leaf. This is absolutely beautiful, and it's on a lovely frame as well. I'll show you that later. But this horse, if you're an equestrian person, you're a horse lover, the detail of that is superb. Wait till we get them under the light and you see them and hear from the artist herself. She will be here in 30 minutes. Stay tuned. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, and our next work of art is a superb piece. It is the Erte. I'm just missing a certificate. I'm just looking for it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Here we go. Erte, a.k.a. Romain de Turtoff. And this is the beautiful Danseuse, an original gouache painting, an original painting on thick woven paper, hand signed by the artist on the lower center. A unique work, extremely, extremely rare. What a gorgeous, gorgeous design. It is hand signed by the Art Deco master, but that is an original painting. Ladies and gentlemen, he painted for over 80 years. Unbelievable. He lived to be about 98 years of age. Ladies and gentlemen, Erte, originally from St. Petersburg in the old Russian Empire. He moved to Paris at a young age. He was the Chanel or Versace of his day. Here's Mitch. Mitch, we haven't got a long time, but we got probably 8 to 10 minutes from start to finish. It's over to you. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, once again, Erte, another one of the more fascinating stories in the history of art. He was born in St. Petersburg, Russia. His father was an admiral in the Imperial Navy. His mother was a socialite who enjoyed all the privilege of being married to the admiral. Now, his real name is not Erte. His real name is Romain de Turtoff. Now, when he was a young boy, his mother began taking him to the different ballets and operas, which she really very much enjoyed attending. And he really enjoyed it as well, but not for the reasons you might imagine. He wasn't really interested so much in the music and the performance and the dancing. What he was enthralled by was the costumes. Now, his mother was a little bit surprised by this, but he had a genuine interest, so much so by the time he was about 11 or 12, she would allow him to bring a sketch pad with him. And as these performances were going on, he would draw furiously whatever it was he was seeing. And because of her connections, he was even allowed to go backstage where he would be able to meet the entertainers in person and see their costumes and touch them and feel the costumes and how they were made. When he was 13 years of age, he designed his first dress, which he drew out in great detail. And his mother was so impressed that she took the drawing to a seamstress and had the dress made. So he was only 13 when he designed his first fully functioning fashion. When he was 18 in 1912, he knew what he wanted to be, and he moved to Paris to become a fashion designer. Now, within the first year of being there, he was being fought over by Chanel as well as Harper's Bazaar. In the end, Harper's Bazaar won out, owned by William Randolph Hearst, who signed him to a 30-year publishing contract. Now, how he got his name, when he arrived, the local people that he was working with had a really tough time pronouncing his name, Romain Tatirtov. That was just a big mouthful. So they started calling him by his initials, E and R. In French, that's R, T. That's how he got his name. Now, ladies and gentlemen, he was the father of the whole Art Deco period, but I want to make sure, let's actually go and look through my screen real quick. I'll introduce you to him, and then we need to make sure we have plenty of time to talk about what it is that you were looking at. He never did retire. He worked his entire life. These are some of the black and whites that he did for Harper's Bazaar before they could print in color. He didn't start his career as an artist for art's sake until he was 35. It was kind of an afterthought. It wasn't something he ever wanted to be, and yet he became the most famous Art Deco artist pretty much in history. He was known for his beautiful bronze sculptures. He was involved in jewelry, glasswork. Here's one of his necklaces selling for $10,800. Now that is a print. You're bidding on an original. $12,650. That's a serigraph. There's 300 of these. That's another one, an edition of 300 for sale for $9,500, and that is a third limited edition selling for $12,250. What is it that you are looking at? Let's go back to the piece. The reason these pieces became so darn collectible is they were never meant to be sold. What you're looking at is what Erte painted to give to a producer of some type of a Broadway show or some type of major production. That's one of the reasons why often they don't have faces. This was never meant to be sold. In fact, Erte himself never really got to see it. He died before he realized that these pieces would have a value. When they were clearing out his estate, people went nuts for these, and I mean absolutely crazy. But in his mind, they weren't part of the works that he did as a quote-unquote artist. They were the works that he did as a fashion designer, and in particular, a costume designer. Now, some of them, I know this is going to be unbelievable, but the one you're bidding on is stunning. It's in perfect condition. There's two major components. One, it's not damaged. There are some pieces that I've seen sell for $15,000, $20,000 that have wine stains on them, coffee stains, cigarette burns. They've been folded into into quarters and put into someone's pocket. These were never handled or meant to even be handled with care. They were given to a producer who would like or not like whatever it was. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Here's some examples of recent auction results. Now this one you're looking at was owned by none other than Freddie Mercury. This was his estate auction in 2023, and that piece sold for $34,000. Same exact size as the one you're bidding on. Here's another one, same size. That piece sold for $60,000. This one sold, also owned by Freddie Mercury, sold for $37,000. This one is currently for sale for $25,600. Another one currently for sale from 1934, currently for sale for $49,000. And here is another one, or early one, from 1913 for sale for $48,000. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. Now, the second part about this piece, which makes it quite valuable, is some of the pieces will have what's called a correction mark or a correction line. Let's say Erte would show a drawing to a producer, and the producer would say, yeah, that's great, but I'd really like to have, I don't know, the dress shorter or the dress longer or whatever it is. He suggested a change. Arete would then go back and you could see where he erased, where he'd use his different tools to either paint over the top or erase something. I've seen him erase entire arms and put the arm in a completely different position. This one does not have any correction lines. It has no damage to it whatsoever. And I was just about to ask the guys to do that. And if you look very carefully, you can see there is an enormous amount of detail that went into this particular piece. Even the ponytail with the little wrap around the ponytail is part of the actual costume itself. Richard, back to you.
Here we go, Arete, aka Romain de Turtov, the original gouache painting on paper, hand-signed danseurs. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the original gouache painting on thick woven paper. Bidding has started, two bidders having a little go. Original gouache painting on thick woven paper, hand-signed by the artist. Find out who's in the lead, please, John. And this is a unique work. It is an extremely rare piece. This is on sale all the way, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to have to move it a bit with this one. We've been on it about 8 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, 1950. A little bit under pressure for time, so this should be really selling. Here, I would say a fair bid is 8 to 10,000. In a regular auction, and I've auctioned these all around the world, 40, 50, 55, 60,000. Very, very common for the originals from that period. Ladies and gentlemen, the #1 Art Deco artist in the world. Back with Mitch. You've got 2 minutes. Thank you.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's kind of an interesting scenario. During Arete's life, none of these were sold. Not any of them. He didn't even, during his life, he didn't actually see these had a value at all. If you want to picture Arete, imagine Liberace who paints. But around the age of 30, 35, his friends kept telling him, man, you're so good at this, you're so good at this, you should try art for art's sake. And he did that. He did exactly that, and he started creating images that were specifically for art. Now, it took off beyond his wildest expectations, that's for sure. But these pieces, he had a very, what's the word? He had a very powerful connection to them. And part of the reason for that was something that happened in 1933. In 1933, Arete's Paris studio caught on fire, and it destroyed roughly 70% of all of his original works, just pieces just like this. It freaked him out so badly that for the rest of his life, he had satchels, these great big portfolios that were carried by these strong assistants, and he would literally carry them wherever he went. Wherever he went, he was so afraid of that happening again. But it wasn't until after he died, once again, after he died in 1990, that at different estate sales, that people began just buying these like crazy and bidding them up. My record for Arete originals is 7 different pieces between $50,000 and $70,000. It was from the 7 Deadly Sins suite. I was the auctioneer of record for all 7 Deadly Sins. Let's go ahead and show my screen. This is the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Now that is an original by Arete. Now this particular piece, as you can see from 1922, is also for some type of a production. You can even see the background and how that was done. If we go over here, here are 2 more, again, from the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Arete is in town, designs, and it's talking, oh, by the way, I forgot about this. He also designed sets, costume sets for actual productions, if you will. And then here in New Orleans, there's a museum that had an entire exhibition. The Arete show on Royal Street is an Art Deco delight. Don't miss it. So again, I thought we were going to be able to show that. Doesn't look like it. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, these pieces became one of the most interesting stories in the history of art, simply because of how Arete saw himself, the differentiation between an artist and a designer. So these pieces have become extremely collectible, very, very valuable. Once again, I'll show you, in case you just happen to be joining us, I will share with you very quickly. There they are. 1 second. Can you go ahead and show my screen? These are originals auction results. $34,000, $60,000, same size, same thing, $37,000, same exact thing as what you're bidding on. Richard, back to you.
Multiple bidders situation. 26 I had Arizona, now 27 with Jenny from Louisiana. 27 with Louisiana bid. 27 bid. 28 I've got with Cassie. Where are they from, my dear? California, thank you, 28 bid. At 28, get a bit of 2828 bid. At 28, get a bit of 2828 bid. At 29 with Arizona. 3,000 with Jenny's bidder. At 3,000, Art Deco, all the way then. Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest artist of his era. At 3,000 bid. 3,000 with Jenny, I'll take 31 to move on. At 3,000, another one off anyone. At 3,000, we're selling. At 3,000 on the beautiful, beautiful Art Deco Master. At 3,000, another one off anyone. At 3,000, I'm selling. 3,000. Cecilia's out. Cassie's out. Jenny's in. Thank you, Jenny. 3,000 bid. 3,000 with Jenny bid. 3,000 I'm selling. 3,000 bid. 3,000 last call, last chance, America. You got 15 seconds with me. Tawana's bidding now. 31 I'm bid. At 31, Jenny, you're out. At 31, I had Tawana in the lead at 3-1-3-2 with Jenny from Louisiana. Thank you. Jenny from Louisiana. At Jenny's bid 32. 32, give me 35, it's worth it. At 3-2, Tawana's out. 3-2, Jenny in the lead then at 3-2. Beverly, are you bidding? At 32, last call, last chance. I don't want you to miss out. Are you bidding? 3-2. You've called in, so I'll give you a chance. 3-2. 3-2 is bid. 3-2 bid. 3-2. I am selling with Jenny, Louisiana at 32. At 3-2 I'm bid at 3-2 once. At 32 twice and the gavel's high. Sold and gone. Thank you. Well done to you on that superb piece. And John, what have we got coming up next? This is absolutely superb, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Master of Delft. And we know all about Delft, the fantastic pottery. You heard of Delft pottery, I take it, ladies and gentlemen, very famous. But this is the Master of Delft from that part of the world, from the borders of Netherlands and Belgium. And ladies and gentlemen, it is the healing of the blind of Bethesda. And this is an original woodcut with extensive hand colouring on wove paper, original Dutch text on the verso. Ladies and gentlemen, this is hand coloured. Unbelievable. Hand colouring. But you won't believe this, ladies and gentlemen. It's an excellent impression from Ludolphus de Saxonia, and it was executed, get this, not 1885 or 1785 or even 1685. It would be incredibly old if it was 1585. It's not even that. It's from 1485. This is a medieval masterpiece, ladies and gentlemen, hand-colored medieval masterpiece from the Dutch school. And ladies and gentlemen, an extremely rare and important work. This should not be here, in all honesty. It ought to be in a museum in the Netherlands. This is so rare. From 1485, here is Mitch. Mitch, what an incredible work. But look at the condition of it. It looks like it was hand-colored 50 years ago. It wasn't. It was hand-colored 540 years ago. Not 40 years ago, 540 years ago. Here is Mitch. Mitch, in the right auction on the right day, I would not be surprised if this made $60,000 or $70,000. Over to you.
Well, actually, that would be very conservative. In fact, I found out I had to do some real digging on this. In the history of our show, we had one other piece from this artist, the Master of Delft, that came from this time period, and it was about 6 years ago, and the piece sold at auction on our show that night for $31,000. Just to give you, because I'm always trying to give exacts. But what you were looking at the beginning of our show tonight, I had mentioned that we were going to have some works that very well qualify as what might be the rarest thing we've ever shown. And this would absolutely be it. A little history about these pieces. These hand-painted woodcuts are among the earliest examples in existence of European art. They are from the 1400s, which is when woodcuts began in Europe. As such, they are artistic relics from an era that is nearly impossible to find and collect. Every 100 years, the number of existing examples of art on paper diminishes exponentially. There are far fewer 19th century works on paper than there are 20th century. There are a fraction of that many in the 18th century, and a tiny number from the 7th century works in comparison, and so on, all the way back. When you get to the 1400s, the number of existing examples is infinitesimally small. Just a handful of acquisitions and opportunities come up on an annual basis. So again, ladies and gentlemen, what you are looking at is something very, very special. Now, just a couple of things to go over. Ludolf of Saxony is not the artist. The artist is a man that is known as the Master of Delft. Now, what about that? That gets a little confusing all by itself. In this era, in the 1400s, now we have, of course, the idea you want to own, quote unquote, a Picasso. You want to own a Salvador Dalí. Well, back in this time period, such a thing did not exist. These type of artists were craftsmen, and they would build their reputation simply by word of mouth, their name, who they were. But the concept, the very concept of collecting an artist by name did not exist in this particular time period. And that's why they're most definitely not signed. Now, if we look at woodcuts, for example, by Albrecht Dürer, none of them are hand-colored. This is a hand-colored woodcut from 1485. Now, just a couple of quick things. Ludolf of Saxony was a Roman Catholic theologian, like a priest, a theologian, and he had a very, very large following. In fact, he had an idea that how you could become closer to God is by meditating scenes of the Bible and interjecting yourself directly into those scenes to try to imagine yourself being there in these particular scenes. Now, if we look up the artist himself, let's go ahead and show my screen. And this is his Wikipedia right there. The Master of Delft was a Dutch painter of the final period of early Netherlandish painting, whose name is unknown. He was born approximately 1470 or earlier, and these are just some of his works that you will find, for example, in the Rijksmuseum. Right there, there's one at the Rijks. This one is in the Louvre. I mean, so that's just incredible. You have an opportunity tonight to collect an original work by an artist that's worthy to be in the Louvre. This is from the National Gallery of Art. Again, the Master of Delft. He was primarily known for religious pieces, such as these crucifixion pieces, the scenes from the Passion of the Christ. Here is another one. Oh, by the way, I like this. This is from Art UK, 1417, and right there, that is in the Christ Church of Oxford, the National Gallery of London, the National Gallery of London. One of the few pieces that still remains in an actual religious institution and is widely considered by that organization one of the most important pieces there. This is from the BBC Radio, The Crucifixion by the Master of Delft. If you get a chance, especially if you're the successful bidder, listen to this. It gives you a lot of education about who this artist was. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, you were looking, let's go back to the piece. you're looking at something unbelievably rare. It is, as I said, it is quite possibly in the top 5 of the most rare items we've ever had on our show. It is a hand-colored original woodcut. So the woodcut was done exactly as we described. That is by taking a block of wood, drawing the image that you see, and then they would very carefully cut away everywhere there's no ink, which essentially creates a stamp. Then by inking it and pressing it to a paper, you would get the black and white version of this, all black and white. And by hand, they would then go back and color it. Let's go ahead and go back to you, Richard.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. I am, well, I'm in a position to sell this right now. So let's go to the certificate of authenticity. It is the Master of Delft. It will be selling to the highest bidder. 1,000 is our top bid at the moment. John, who's in the lead, please?
Florida.
Florida, thank you. It is the Healing of the Blind of Bethesda, the original woodcut with extensive hand colouring. This is by the Master of Delft. Delft is a very, very important part of Europe. In fact, I don't know if you're familiar, John, with Delft pottery. Very famous, very famous. Ladies and gentlemen, look it up. In fact, Mitch may look it up as well. Delft pottery. Mitch, if you're looking on your computer, very famous. Comes from the same area. Original woodcut. It's a very artistic area of Europe. This one is the original woodcut with extensive hand colouring on woven paper. It is the original Dutch text on verso. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an excellent impression. It's from Ludolphus de Saxonia, executed circa 1485. Ashley Rader wasn't even born then. 1485, ladies and gentlemen. An extremely rare and important early work, ladies and gentlemen. 1485, 540 years ago. Can you believe that, Ashley? She's just arrived. Give Ashley a round of applause. We're looking forward to seeing you in about 5 or 6 minutes. So try and make yourself look beautiful so you match me. Ladies and gentlemen, this next work is absolutely stunning, and it is hand-coloured, 1485. Look it up for yourself. Delft, D-E-L-F-T, pottery. Very, very famous, very collectible. Comes from the same region as where this artist came from, the Master of Delft. It was the old Dutch and Belgian countries, and what were they called? The Flemish lowlands, ladies and gentlemen. So beautiful, beautiful work. 22 is bid. Mitch, it's over to you. And let's see if Mitch has found himself a bit of Delft pottery. Over to him.
Yeah, that wasn't too tough. Let's go ahead and show my screen. If I just type in the word Delft pottery, oh my gosh, it most definitely pops up. So as Richard was saying, that's clearly a very, very big deal. Now I had a couple other things I wanted to share with you. These are great unknown masters. And look at where they are. The Louvre. That one's on wood, by the way. So that's very, very similar to what you're bidding on. 1360. The National Gallery in Florence. Another one in the Louvre. This is what I was talking about. A lot of these pieces, or in fact all of these pieces, every piece here, is by an unknown master. And in the time period, many of these were from exactly that. Now if we look over here, I think there is an example of one from around the same time period. That's for sale for $185,000. And if we look over here, let's see if I can find it. These are auction results from old masters that in many cases are not even known. 7 million euro, 4.8 million euro, 3.3 million euro. And as I said, when we go back to the Master of Delft, you can see that work is in the National Gallery. And if you get a chance, read about him. The Rijksmuseum, one of the most famous museums for the Dutch that there is, that one doesn't get any bigger. That's where Rembrandt's works are. And he was considered, here's some of his works in different museums around the world. Paintings by the Master of Delft. Absolutely incredible. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a woodcut that has been hand painted. So that is a really very, very important distinction, what you're looking at right here. That is not just a standard woodcut. It was painted during that time period in 1485, painted then. So that is, let's put it this way. I have never, ever had a piece that old on my show, and certainly not one that has been hand colored, hand painted. It's so funny when we look. You know, I always look at art auction results and such. There's hardly any at all that I can find for the Master of Delft, because all of his pieces that every single one of his pieces that I can find, they're all in museums. Just literally, you can count on one hand how many of these pieces come up for auction like every decade. So it's really, really hard to find any type of auction results. Richard, back to you.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I have Oregon in the lead with Karen's bidder. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, it should be, I've seen pieces by the Master of Delft in auction before, obviously. And they would typically, the ones I've seen, very, very similar, but not all of them are hand colored. Not from that period. It wasn't typical to hand color them. They couldn't just go down to Michael's art store and get colors. They had to make them themselves. So that was 540 years ago, ladies and gentlemen. I give you one last minute with Mitch. We're at 2,800. It is with your bidder, Karen from Oregon. Anyone getting this piece, to be honest with you, under about 18 to 20,000, I think that's very, very fair. You've done very well. So anything under 18,000, good luck to you. Let's see what it makes. 28 is the top bid from Oregon. It is back to Mitch. 60 seconds, Mitch. Then the hammer must come down, and it's time for the big show with Ashley Rader.
I was able to find one more piece. Can you show my screen real quick? This is another one that is held by the National Gallery of Art. Again, the Master of Delft, called the depth position, a right-hand panel. So there it is right there. This piece was done around the year 1510. And it's, as I said, it's a fascinating artist to look up simply because there's just so few of them. Let's go back to the work. He was known for painting on wood when he created images, and he's one of the first examples of woodcuts. And once again, let me find that real quick to show you, because it's easier for you to look at. When we talk of Ludolphus of Saxony, this was him creating a religious work based upon this particular character. Let's go ahead and show my screen. Now here is one from the Metropolitan Museum of Art that is also a woodcut that has not been colored. So that one has not been colored. And if we go over here and we look up Ludolf of Saxony, it talks about him as a theologian, I can never get that word right, theologian, there we go. And how his particular take on Christianity, in fact, there it is, Christian meditation, by introducing the concept of immersing and projecting oneself into a biblical scene portraying the life of Jesus. And here is, oh my gosh, there's another one. That is very much an example of what you were bidding on right there, a hand-colored woodcut. But the one that you're bidding on is by one of the greatest masters of all time. Richard, back to you.
Comes back to me. 33 is bid. 33 with California. At 33 I'm bid. 33 I'm bid. 33. Thank you, Mitch. 33 is bid on the hand-colored work from 1485. At 3,300 I'm bid. At 33. 33. 33. Are you definitely out, Karen? 33, looks like it. Thank you very much. 33 with Charlie Spitter. How are you doing, Charlie? Are you well? Yes. You're sure? Yeah, sure. You don't mind if I borrow those glasses for the next segment, do you? I've got to. Wait till you see them, ladies and gentlemen. They're beautiful. 33. 33 is bid. At 33, and it's with Charlie Spitter. At 33 from California. At 33. This is unbelievable. You got 30 seconds with me, ladies and gentlemen. At 33, another 30 seconds. Last chance. I've given you every opportunity, created in the very artistic part of Europe, the Delft community, ladies and gentlemen, where the famous pottery comes from. This is the famous artist, the master of Delft, from 1485. It's just incredible. Ashley, can you believe we have a work of art on the show for 540 years of age? Crazy, she said. It is crazy. 3,300 only. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It is on sale with you to California, going once at 3,300, going twice at 33, third and the final time. So, thank you very much. Well done, California. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for our main event, and we will be going over to Mitch, who has a very special news flash for you.
And that is exactly what this is. Take a look.
Here, art-centric global broadcast and digital channel for art collectors to find and acquire art they love. It's seen by millions of people every week who can experience the thrill of the live auction experience.
Oh yeah, and there's a hometown artist who's making her global debut tonight on Atlanta's Fine Art Auction Channel. We are talking about Ashley Rader. Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for having me.
Yes, we are just engrossed in this beautiful artwork. And, you know, I could ask you what sets it apart, but you're going to talk about them. We're going to show some images, and you're going to see even the ones behind us, what sets you apart. But I'd love to hear a little bit about your journey as an artist.
Absolutely. I grew up as a military brat, so I lived all over the world. I am very in tune with the world around me and the agriculture and the environment, the animals. Everywhere I move, I try to look of, you know, what's around me.
Yeah.
But coming back to Georgia and visiting the States all the time, Georgia solidified my love for my environment and protecting the natural world and also the animals, of course.
Yeah.
So I paint them, and I want everybody to have an emotional connection with my artwork. I paint in black and white because I want to remove distractions, and it's just quietly an intimate moment with the viewer and the animals. So I do that to make everybody a little bit more interested and have that moment connected to the art.
Exactly. And okay, you talked about animals. Get into this partnership you have, which is amazing, with Zoo Atlanta. Congratulations on all of that.
Thank you. I will be collaborating with the zoo and working with their events and doing some live paintings and hopefully raise money to be able to help them and get more people over there, and also raise money to be able to help with their animals, and of course conservation, because that is near and dear to my heart. And I try to make that a big part of my art as well. I recently also partnered with Dr. Neil McCann with National Park Rescue, so I'll be having some really cool projects in the future and hopefully save a bunch of animals.
Amazing. That's so special. But tonight is the auction.
Yes, let's get into the auction.
Exciting. And your first time, how can people participate in watching this? Because I'm looking, again, you have this beautiful owl here.
Yes.
People will be able to take this home.
Yes. So you can tune in on the fineartauction.com, and live on there you can see the different ways that you can watch. You can watch on TV, DirecTV, Apple TV. But you can tune in, and I'll be there live talking about the art and kind of getting a little bit more about my partnerships and future projects as well, and about each artwork. So
more of a deep dive on each piece.
I love that people can invest in your piece, but also invest in a good cause as well. So you have the twofold going. Now, talking about investments, we know people who invest in us are teachers. And I definitely, want to highlight for you a teacher that's impacted you. It's Teacher Appreciation Week, so we'll be talking about it all week long. An art teacher, maybe not an art teacher, that
could be a mentor even.
I am an art teacher myself as well, and there are many teachers that have really impacted in my life, especially my professors in Kennesaw State University. So Robert Shearer is a big mentor of mine. Keith Smith, he is my sculpture professor, and of course Joseph Remillard. and they really impact the way I am today in many ways possible. So I really do appreciate them.
Yeah,
we appreciate you.
Yes, we appreciate you
as well. That's amazing.
Stunning. Thank you for showing your work.
Yes,
so much.
congratulations. I'm so excited. Everyone, Ashley is going to be making her global, yes, you heard that correctly, global premiere on the Fine Art Auction tonight at 10 p.m. You can check your local listings, but it is also available on Roku, YouTube, at the Fine Art Auction channel, and global live stream at the Fine Art Auction platforms. Thank you again, Ashley, and congratulations.
Congratulations. Have fun tonight.
All right,
ladies and gentlemen, Ashley Rader. Fantastic. Well, I'm just delighted to be the one, John, if we could alter the volume there. I'm the one to have the honor of being the auctioneer for the debut appearance of our artist, and we scour the world for the best artists, ladies and gentlemen, that we possibly can. As you know, we've been to Colombia, Pedro Ortiz Munoz, Germany for Kef, Britain for me, for all the other artists. Ladies and gentlemen, but we do have the honor of having an amazing world-class wildlife artist right here on our very own doorstep in the wonderful city of Atlanta. Please put your hands together for Ashley Rader. Hello, Ashley.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Lovely to see you. How was the news? You were up early for that this morning.
I was up pretty early, but it was pretty fun. The energy was good, so I got to match it and be awake for a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
I took a nap, so I'm still awake.
You had a siesta, as they say.
Yes.
Cinco de Mayo. Happy Cinco de Mayo to all our viewers who celebrate that across the country. Yes. Well, we're here to talk about your amazing artwork and the detail of these spectacular pieces. I remember when I was first shown them, and I suppose over nearly 40 years of doing auctions, I know I don't look old enough, but nearly 40 years of doing auctions, I guess I got a bit of an eye for, and I said, that is a winner. Ladies and gentlemen, what you do is so unique. Why don't you tell us about how how your art career started, how it evolved, and how it came to this level, and the degree of accuracy that you put in your work. So I'm going to turn it over to you, if I may, and thank you so much in advance.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So I've always been an artist ever since I was very young, ever since I was about 5 years old, messing with whatever is around me. Of course, I damaged some walls, damaged some floors. But one thing that always has stayed true to me is I was always drawing animals, especially horses. They were one of my favorite things to draw, and lions. But it's something that always stayed with me. But I never really took it something as a professional profession until later on in my adult years. So about 5 years now, I took it more professionally. And I have evolved as an artist through many different phases, even through art school. I wasn't really painting animals in art school. I was trying to find myself. But after a while, I even got into corporate and didn't really paint for a while. But around COVID time, that's when I had a lot of time and decided to revisit my materials and take as much time as I wanted to and start really get into texture and figure out what makes me happy. So I decided to just do black and white, and it's also a good way to hone in on my skills because it becomes about intimacy and it takes away a lot of the noise and distraction. So I decided to make it more about just the animals and the emotion with the viewers, and I kept going with that and just turned into my black and white wildlife collection. But animals has always been near and dear with me because I traveled everywhere in the world.
Yeah, in fact, wasn't your father, was he in the military? Yes. Okay, and your mother is actually from South Korea.
She is from South Korea.
Yeah.
She is full Korean. My father is German blood, but born and raised in the U.S. But
and where was your dad born?
He was born in Florida, actually,
In Florida?
Jacksonville.
Okay, but you had
Born
to
and
travel
raised
around the world,
have.
various spaces.
Absolutely.
Which is a great experience.
It is. I was born in Hawaii. My childhood was in Korea,
Yeah.
which was a pretty cool experience. I thought that was normal until I came to the States, and everything is, I mean, the culture is different everywhere you go, and that includes the wildlife and everything around you. So.
Yeah. Did you find in South Korea, when you went to school there, obviously, was it an international school or Korean?
It was a military school on base, so very small. They were called DoD schools, and I mean, probably our class are about, depending on what area you're in Korea, it could be just a class of 30 kids, or you can have a class of over 100 kids, but typically it was about 40 to 50 kids per
because
class.
I was at a boarding school in England. I remember the exact day I went. It was the 10th of September 1972. Why do I know
specific.
that? It's my birthday's on the 8th, and I was 8 years of age, so two days after my 8th birthday. But I had friends from all around the world, and we all slept in the same room. There was about 12 of us in my first one, and then as I got a little bit older, there was about 50 of us in one big dormitory. But we had terrific fun. And the reason I was thinking about it, because I had various friends, I had friends from Africa, friends from Asia, and I just happened to notice that the Asian boys that I grew up with at school, they were phenomenal at artwork. and I put it down to this. Now, please don't be insulted by what I'm saying, but I look at it, and whether you come from Korea or Japan or China or wherever, you practically got to be an artist just to write the language, because it's all characters, isn't it? So I noticed they were so precise with it, and then they could, when they were young, they could draw with detail. And I know that you're half American, but there was something that I noticed growing up, and I was meant to be good at art, but they were better than me. And my father was an artist, but enough about me, ladies and gentlemen. Just the detail in your work is unbelievable. I mean, these must take you a couple of months to do your original paintings.
It depends on the hours, really. If I had nothing but time and wanted to do nothing but these paintings, I could do one in 2 weeks, but that's talking 12 to 14 hours a day.
Yeah.
But typically, if I wanted to spend time with them and really just have my moment with each painting and make sure they turn out right, I like to spend about 2 months on each.
About 2 months on each one. Yeah, I can understand
so
it.
I can look at it and make sure that's good. It takes many layers.
Yeah, and tell us about this one. It's called Dominance, and obviously you've hand signed the work. It is a complete original. So it's the first one in the world to ever go to auction. Am I correct in saying that?
You are correct.
Okay, what an honor for me. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from Ashley just for a final minute about this spectacular piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Dominance was one of the first paintings out of my first collection. I have featured this in the Booth Museum in Cartersville. And this painting was actually one of the first out of the group that has been turned into a puzzle in Germany. So this image has been seen around in Europe, and it is very special to me also because it is one of the first ones where I played with the texture of the horns. So it was a fun challenge. It was one of those animals where I thought, all right, I think I really want to try doing the horns, do something different outside of fur. So it was a lot of fun. This one is very special. It took a lot of encouragement to let this one go, of course, because it was something I thought about keeping, but the layers took many times, and I did retouch this later on after the museum. So after the exhibition, I thought it needed a little more texture, so this one's a little different from the others where I did touch it up as it lived with me.
Well, Ashley, thank you very much. Rest, have a little glass of water, and thank you so much. We'll have you back here to talk about your next masterpiece in just a few minutes. Thank you. Ashley Rader. Thank you very much. Have a seat and have a rest. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to take it over to my learned colleague, Mr. Mitchell Carter. John, I see bidding is already underway. That's good news. And who's in the lead, please?
New York.
New York, thank you very much. On the hand signed, Ashley Rader, the first one in the world to ever go under the hammer. Takes months of work. Here is Mitch. Good luck.
Now this is obviously a very, very exciting, moment, having Ashley's artwork on our show. And the type of artwork that she is doing is widely considered one of the most difficult forms there is. Because if you really think about it, it's almost a right there. It's exactly what I was about to talk about. It is almost a style of neo-impressionism or pointillism, like what Seurat did. Now Seurat used tiny little dots, but if you look carefully how this piece, especially as this scan goes up, back, let's go back down the face one more time, if you would. One of the things it explains why her work takes so long. Take a look at this. This isn't large brush strokes. These are tiny, tiny little strokes. And each one is applied with, in art where we often call it a #1 brush, it's almost like the equivalent of taking a couple of eyelashes and gluing it to a toothpick and then creating a single stroke. But one of the things, as I said, when I look at things like this, I can't help but look at the technical aspect of it. For example, it's all black and white, but look at the color distinction examples of the nose of the ram versus the face. So we still see the fine hairs on the nose, but yet we clearly see a very powerful color distinction. And then as we get through, one of the things that, and again, we have Ashley here, so I almost feel out of place discussing such things. But one of the things that my artist friends have talked about a lot in art school is understanding the difference in textures. That's why, for example, still lifes have been such an important role in academic training in art, because each fruit, for example, has a different, not just a different color, but a different texture. And mastering the ability to create textures within a painting is one of the most difficult things you can do. Now here's a really good example. Let's stop for 1 second and move the camera just a little bit to the left. Now I want you to take a look at something that catches my eye right away. Now imagine from an artist's point of view, how do you go from creating those tiny little hairs on the face of the ram to the glassiness of the eye? Two completely different textures, but look how perfectly it's done. It's just perfect. Now as we scan upward, the texture once again changes when we get to what? The horns. So all of these different techniques, and it's quite simply a master. It is a masterful skill. If you want to have an example of what a master Ashley Rader is, and I was looking this as they were talking. Can you show my screen real quick? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a drawing by the legendary Albrecht Dürer. A black and white drawing by Albrecht Dürer, one of the greatest masters of all time, the great master of the German Renaissance. Now, let's do a comparison with our own eyes, not my analyzation, but that work is in a museum and is worth millions. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. That's a comparison that I see. Richard, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ashley Rader's amazing dominance, ladies and gentlemen. What a great painting, the inaugural painting in the world to go under hammer. And I'm going to ask Ashley a big favor in a few moments. But first of all, let me take you to the certificate of authenticity. And John, who is our new leader? Colorado. Thank you very much. Ashley Rader is the American artist, born in 1990. I've got older suits than that, Ashley. Dominance is the title. Dominance, and it is the original acrylic. and oil painting on canvas, ladies and gentlemen. Hand signed on the lower right hand side. Hand signed on the lower right. It is a unique work. It was created in her Atlanta, Georgia studio. What a fantastic piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to sell here tonight, the first one in the world, and we are going to get Ashley to do some dedications to you, ladies and gentlemen. So I will get those done on beautiful certificate, gold leaf certificate paper. And ladies and gentlemen, so if you want to Jack and Jill, all the best. With love, Ashley, or Ash. You like to be called Ash, don't you? Ash Rader. Let's change the red banner. We are now christening her Ash. Ash Rader. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. That's better. Ladies and gentlemen, Ash Rader, then, and that's her name. Ladies and gentlemen, so we will get a wonderful dedication with the piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it's on sale all the way, and we are taking it to the auction now. And I'm going to take you, you've got literally 2 minutes with Mitch on the original. Get bidding on this, ladies and gentlemen. What a spectacular piece. Good luck. Here is Mitch. 47 is the top bid. Who's in the lead, John? California. California, thank you for your bid as well. Here's Mitch.
Thank you very much. Now, again, as I look at this piece, what I see is an enormous amount of detail. And one of the things I'm always just kind of looking around, I was looking at, and Ash Rader, by the way, that sounds like a movie star. That definitely, or a rock star. That sounds like a rock star being introduced. So I actually love that. But I found something I was hoping to find. Can you go ahead and show my screen real quick? This is on Instagram, and this is Ashley at work. Now take a look, and that's being sped up, of course. But look at how the detail is being layered, just piece by piece by piece. Her Instagram account is very, very interesting, that's for sure. And she has over 50,000 followers, which is incredible. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. That is really something. So ladies and gentlemen, it really is quite a special honor to have her on our show, especially to have her during the debut. Now, just a real quick question for Ashley, because this was, again, I asked some of our viewers to write some of the questions. And one of the viewers asked, how did you get your start as an artist? That would be if something we could, you don't have to come on camera if you would just like to talk. How did you get your start as an artist? Where did it all come from?
So I've always been an artist ever since I was a little child. I should come up here. Oh, sorry about that. I've always been an artist ever since I was a little child, but taking it more seriously recently, I would say that it came from my mother. She's a very artistic person. She's always been quilting around me. She's very meticulous and does very tiny little details. So watching her do that and learning from her and wanting to sew, I think that really helped me kind of refine my skills and start doing tiny things and doing the best I can. I used to play with clay as a little kid too, so I would do the most detailed tiny clay figurines. But I was always more of a painter, and I've always painted even on walls. I would make mistakes. But more professionally, it was very recently. 5 years ago, I decided, all right, I really want to do something I really love, merge both things, animals and painting. And I thought, all right, let me just do wildlife, and it just took off. And I'm proud to say I'm a professional artist today, but even though I painted all the time, I didn't take it seriously as a professional up until recently.
Well, absolutely. Absolutely
stunning. Bidding is underway, so we're going to let you take another seat over there. Thank you, Mitch, for your question. And we will be auctioning this off now, ladies and gentlemen. It is about to go. I just heard a bid come in there. John, what is the bid?
5.5.
5 is bid. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a fantastic piece. Now, John, we're going to add a little sweetness to this. It is a wonderful, wonderful limited edition. We are going to include with the original, ladies and gentlemen. It's from the limited edition. In fact, John, this one, that is the lowest number available because her publishers have kept number 1 for the gallery. But it looks like I've got number 2 here, ladies and gentlemen. So number 2, we're going to include with the original. They kept number 1 for their main gallery, but she is handled by a wonderful company, and her work is just about to go global. So it's your final opportunity now. I'll give you 1 more minute with Mitch. Good luck. Mitch, you've got the original with the number 2 of the limited edition as a gift with the wonderful original. It's over to Mitch, and we're about to sell 60 seconds. Here we go.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is an incredible opportunity. As Richard just said, you've got 60 seconds. You're bidding on, I mean, obviously to get the print, that's wonderful. That's a wonderful little bonus. But to get a chance to own the original one-of-a-kind, and as you heard Ashley said, this doesn't take, a few days. Each one of these pieces takes weeks to put together. And this is a whole nother type of art. I mean, I have, as you know, I've been studying art and been in the art world for lots and lots of years. When artists create this type of work, to me, it takes a real special kind of person to be able to do this. Someone with unimaginable amounts of patience, because every single bit of that painting, every single work, every single bit of it is a tiny little stroke. Unlike, if you look at de Kooning's work, and nothing against de Kooning, my gosh, he's one of the great masters, but he used a great big giant brush and great big swaths of paint all across the canvases. He could complete an entire painting in probably 15 minutes. I mean, that's all it took, because he's using a brush that's 4-6 inches across. This is the polar opposite of that. Now stop there for 1 second and go back again. Take a look at something else. Let's go back down to that right there in the center. Take a look at, and again, this is me geeking out on the technicalities, how each one of those pieces of fur goes in different directions, from down to upper right, upper left, to create how the face looks of the ram. Now imagine doing that from an artist's point of view. All of this, I mean, it's just impossible. Richard, back to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what I think I'm going to do, would you come over here, Ashley? We have 7,000 is bid. $7,000 on your first work, going under the hammer. So I'm going to give you the hammer, and you bring it down on this part. I'm going to say going once, going twice. The gavel goes high. Sold! 7,000! Well done, thank you very much, and give that back. It's 10,000 that if you want it. Ladies and gentlemen, Ashley Rader's first work. Well done, Ashley. And our top bidder came from North Carolina. Thank you very much. On line 5 with Darren. And ladies and gentlemen, they got the number 2 print with the piece as well, and we're going to do a wonderful dedication for our first bidder on the first one in the world to go under the hammer. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go over to Mitch, and we'll get ready with the second. And I've got to say, I'm kind of partial to this next one. I have been from day one. Ladies and gentlemen, wait till you see the painting. Here it is. Then it's over to Mitch.
Wow, that is really something, isn't it? Look at that, and that is all heightened with gold leaf. An original acrylic painting heightened with gold leaf. And look at the way, oh my gosh, that is really something. That has a very, very powerful effect, doesn't it? So once again, ladies and gentlemen, the same type of thing as we look at this work, we see an enormous amount of detail in this particular piece, but of course we're adding this 24 karat gold leaf. And there it is, that transition. Once again, this is, when I look at this to me is the mark of a master artist, because that transition between, stop right there for 1 second. And this is, and again, I apologize. I know I'm going right into the technicalities. Just, you know, I just geek out on these details. For instance, the texture of the nose of the deer, the direction of the fur coming directly off of the nose, and then the eyes themselves. Now, I want you to think about this when you look at those eyes. That's a painting. That's an acrylic painting. So how do you do that? How does an artist do that? How does an artist create the illusion of the glassiness of an eye using paint? To me, that all by itself, just that one detail shows a mastery that is beyond, well, just about anything else. You can go ahead with the scan, but I really wanted to take a look at these transitions from not just texture, but design. And as you can see from looking at it, and then we go to the horns, of course. Now, I'd be very curious about Ashley's take on the gold. What, in fact, I'm gonna ask you that just right out. What was your inspiration to use gold leaf on the horns? Because is it the reflection of the light? The reflection of the light, is that what you're meaning to capture, or is it a design element? Because that's really very cool. I'd like to hear a little more about that.
So much. So for the embellishment over here, I did it to represent the precious and the value of the wildlife. So it has a representation where it is worth saving, it is worth being beautiful. I mean, the animal is beautiful without the gold, of course, but my embellishment is kind of a representation of value and beauty, and for people to respect it more and to really soak in the beauty of it. So there's a lot of representation for the embellishment. It's not only the horns, it's surrounding the animal, and it's to really draw people in. I know that the black and white is to remove distraction, but this is to show that there is a shining, beautiful spot to every animal. So I would be using a lot of gold in the future as well to kind of go towards the conservation of everything as well. A lot of my artwork will be going towards that, especially with my future partnerships. So it's to show that there's value.
Well, it's a spectacular piece, and I did actually mention to the audience earlier, I love the way it's framed. It's a very sort of natural finish, almost like you would find literally in a log cabin, very sort of natural timber, yes. And a thickness of that frame, ladies and gentlemen, is unbelievable. And this piece, I mean, looking at that first one that just went under the hammer, I mean, that took you a couple of months.
Yes.
This was probably even longer.
This took a long time, actually. I held on to this piece for a few months before I even finished embellishing it. So it took a lot of planning, a lot of thinking. I wanted to make sure this is special. It's the first gold leaf that I've done out of the series. And what's different about this one out of the others is that I built the frame myself.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Anything else you built that we should know about?
just the frames. I'm going to start framing everything myself as well. So this is the first
I love
with
the
my
frame.
own
I didn't know
hand-built
that.
frame.
I didn't know that, honestly. But you know, I like it. It's really good.
Thank you. I love woodworking, so I thought, why not incorporate it into my own artwork? So I decided to do it.
Fantastic. Well, you did an amazing job. I mean,
appreciate it.
This was the one when I was presented with I was presented with about 30 different artists, and I saw an image of this with the gold leaf, and I just went, wow, that's different. I love that. I think the audience might love it. There was about 30 different artists I was asked to look at, and I only selected one. And I'm not just saying that because you're here, but it was actually this piece that I saw the photograph of. And I thought, that is so beautiful, the way you've done that. Congratulations. So
Thank you. That means a lot to me because when I was trying to plan this piece too and thinking, how can I take it to the next level? What can I do to make this even more attractive and more appealing, just kind of a showstopper. So I thought gold, everybody loves gold, and that is a good way to embellish.
Do you do humans at all, or do you only do animals?
I like to focus on animals because I do have a mission and the heart behind it, but I do people for fun on the side.
Yeah, no,
for
because
special people.
I just fancied one of myself in gold leaf. I thought it might look rather good.
Absolutely, I could make you look like a warrior with gold
Don't
leaf.
laugh, John.
You know, gold leaf flowing off from the wind and everything.
My hair as
exactly,
the gold leaf. But in seriousness, I mean, look at this. I mean, how do you actually do this technique where and first of all, what do you use? And the color tone. Obviously, I can tell you paint the canvas black.
I do.
And then what is it you use to create? All the fine detail, because it looks like it's in layers to me. I'll leave you to talk about it for a second.
Good question. So everything is in layers. When I start, I actually don't start with tiny brushes. I start with very big brushes, and I find my highlights and shadows. So the layering process is I'll find my lightest parts, my darkest parts, and bring out the overall image just using those colors. And from there, I will start using even smaller brushes, but not quite tiny. I use a lot of flat slanted brushes, and I will start finding my direction. So for me, I do with woodworking and also 3D modeling, I think about the direction of lines and making sure that it looks like a three-dimensional form. And to be able to do that, my line direction has to make sense on how it is sitting on the face. So that way anatomy will be more accurate. It looks like it's rounded. And if you look at the details between the highlights and the lowlights, my colors change between white and black. So it takes a lot of layering. It turns really gray at first, and then I'll go in with my dark areas, finding the shadows, and then I'll build up again my highlights. So it takes about 5 layers, I would say.
Well, I mean, it is phenomenal. I could tell that, this is a very complex process. Have you got a time-lapse video? Have you ever done one of those of you actually doing one of these?
I have time-lapse videos. I haven't done it for this one. I need to be better, but lately I've been very good about them. So
okay.
I will be releasing more
I'd really
videos.
like to see one. I mean, I know it's over a period of 2 or 3 months.
Yes.
But it would be amazing to see it building, the process of building them.
Exactly.
But ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell, she can only do maybe 4 or 5 paintings a year of this level, this quality. So all I can say is your originals in galleries, well, as there's only one of you and there's only one person that can do this. So I've seen this before, and what happens is when the collectors, the snowball starts to take effect in the galleries, the prices on these, I'm not going to be surprised if they're ones like this, north of $50,000 eventually, and probably somewhere between 50 and 100,000 for the main pieces. And I consider this was the one that really caught my eye. I love the first one, but maybe it's because I love the effect of the gold on the black. That really drew my eye to it. But I can easily see something like that in the future, 70, 80,000 without batting an eyelid in galleries around the world. So congratulations to you. We're going to let you have a little rest for a second, and I'm going to take it over to Mitch. Mitch, 2 minutes with you, and then I will be dropping the hammer. Here is Mitch. Mitch, what are your thoughts of this? The superb work on gold leaf, and she even built the frame. How amazing. Here is Mitch. Good luck.
Well, honestly, I think it's spectacular. And Ashley, I have to tell you, thank you so much for that description and the explanation of the gold, because I hadn't caught that, and I thought maybe it was some type of reflection. And I love what you said about the valuation. Believe it or not, you and I, Ashley, have a lot more in common than you might think. I live in the mountains of Utah, And can you go and show my screen? I took this photo not too long ago. This is my backyard, and that is a baby moose. And the mother and baby moose, they seem to like my lawn. And not too long ago, they showed up, and the baby moose used my hammock as a toy and would sit there and just push the hammock back and forth. And the mother moose was quite close, but the baby moose just thought that hammock was the coolest thing ever. And it's one of the things I dearly love about living in the mountains. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece, is because of all the wildlife. And I often go out and we see deer in our backyard and in the fields all the time. And then on a completely separate note, and I hope you don't mind if I've never talked about this ever on the show, so this is definitely a first. My wife is Vietnamese. And when you were talking about your story and your background, a Korean mother and American father, can you show my screen? This is my mother, or forgive me, this is my wife and my 2 daughters. And so they have, and this was them in Japan last week, so we have a really similar background in that my 2 daughters are also part Caucasian and part Asian. Let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So as I heard you talk about that, there's just a lot of little bells kind of went off, but your love of wildlife is certainly something that I can relate to. It's one of the primary reasons why I live here, and I couldn't agree more about the value of our wildlife. I mean, it's hard to imagine our world without it, isn't it? And so when you describe the gold leaf and why you use the gold on the piece, you know, to symbolize the preciousness of each one of these creatures, man, that just got me. And it certainly, I'm sure it rings true with a lot of our viewers. But then as you look how you utilize the piece, where the way you utilize the gold, it was very, very strategic. It was done so well in the way you place it. And then another thing that you said that definitely, and this is, I can't help myself, but when you talked about painting a canvas black and layering forward with shades of color, you know who else did that? Rembrandt. So talk about having, you know, things in common with great masters. They even called it the Rembrandt School, which was starting with black canvases and laying forward in shades. So Ashley, you're in very good company. Richard, back to you.
Well, thank you very much. And we wanted to give the same opportunity on the large original with the gold leaf. And it's come out fantastically on the limited edition as well. Number 1 has been kept by her publisher for very good reason. I think when they build a museum about your art in the future, I can see why they kept number 1. But anyway, we're going to give you number 2 in the edition, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a fantastic piece going with the original. Ladies and gentlemen, current bid is 7,000. John, who's in the lead, please? Montana in the lead at 7,000, and we are just about to sell. You've got 1 minute with Mitch. Good luck, and then the hammer's down.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, obviously, as I said, it's a wonderful gift to have the print along with the original. And by the way, you know, it's something I haven't even talked about. I should talk about that. One of the things that people don't know about in the art business, it's not terribly common, the misconception that happens a lot is that people assume that a print, a lithograph, a serigraph, is made from every single original, which is absolutely not true. It's a very, very small percentage of prints that get made from the original. But one of the most amazing things any collector can achieve, and this is any realm, is to have the original of what's referred to as a published edition. So if you own the original, and this goes for any major artist at all, if you own the original painting for a print that has been published, that is a huge feather in any collector's cap, just that one thing all by itself. So that's one thing I definitely kind of wanted to point out, because that all by itself is a very, very big deal. And as you look at this piece, especially as we do the scans, one of the things that I really look for when I'm collecting artwork I mean, this is just something, and it's just an admiration. Let's do that scan one more time on the original and just through the whole face. When I acquire an artwork, I want to know that I'm buying quality. I want to know that not only do I want to be amazed by the beauty of something, when I look at it, I want to see the effort that went into it. I want to appreciate that. I want to look and see that an artist, with my own eye, has really gone to a great deal of effort in every single detail of every inch of that piece. Because that, to me, helps me. One, I appreciate it visually, but I appreciate it when, you're spending money on something. You want to feel that that value is returned. And that clearly is happening with Ashley's work. Richard, back to you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've got, I had Colorado in at 9.5. I now have North Carolina in at 10. 10,000 on the amazing original at $10,000. At $10,000 bid. At 10, get a bit of 10 at 10 at 10. I'm selling at 10,000 and it's going. At 10,000, is there anyone else? At 10,000 on the beautiful original by Ashley Rader. At 10,000 on this gorgeous work. At 10,000, is there anyone else? At 10,000 and it's going. At 10,000 with the limited edition. Number 2, Colorado, you're the underbidder. I have North Carolina in at 10. At 10,000 and it goes. 10,000 selling. Going once. 10,000 twice. Gavels high. Sold! What a piece, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to do something very, very special for you. We're going to give everyone an opportunity to acquire the works. Now, they're very limited. Her publishers, they're a very exclusive company. So we've got her on loan for an hour and a half, that's all. Ladies and gentlemen, she is not signed to us. We are very lucky to have Ashley here. She works with a major publishing company, and they are the same people that handle household names. So all I can say is acquire these while you can, because in the galleries, her paintings, you're going to see $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 in the years to come, without a shadow of a doubt. But even the prints here, ladies and gentlemen, now I've made it very simple for you. Number 2 and number 2 have gone to our top bidders there. But ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you the opportunity. We've set a price and we're just going to do a buy it now, ladies and gentlemen. So all you got to do is get on the phone now. John, I know that we should be selling these somewhere in the region of $1,500 each, the limited editions, as instructed by the publishers. But I want to give everyone a chance. I'm going to come under 1,000. I'm going to come under 900, and I'm going to come under 750. I'm going to do my very, very best for you. Dave, get ready to roll one of the questions with Ashley, taken a little earlier with a very good-looking interviewer, if you don't mind. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do my very best for you. John, I believe there's only 3 of each available. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So number 2 has gone. Number 2 has gone. I can't guarantee the number, but I have 3 of these and 3 of these. I'm going to bring it as best as I can, under 750. Get on the phone now, and I'm going to release the price to the phone team. People are calling in already. Okay, good. Nice to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, get on the phone now. Only 3 of these available, and I'm about to release the price to the phone team. Here's Ash.
Yes. So there are many reasons why I was really inspired to do wildlife. Not only did I just want to do a lion, but when I moved and traveled too, I would notice a lot of the environment, the type of birds around me. So the animals are really different, and I really connected to my environment with wildlife. And I was also very influenced by many artists, especially old master artists such as Albrecht Dürer. And those artists, what really fascinated me is that they had to paint exactly the way it is. It had to be scientifically correct and very realistic, and they didn't have photography or anything back then. So that really, I was very interested in that kind of talent and be able to hone in on a skill to make something hyper-realistic. So learning about all these artists and Rembrandt and their way of creating contrast, especially Rembrandt's contrast, that resonated with me. And I also worked at a museum for a little bit. It was the Booth Western Art Museum. And I was always surrounded by Remington, so Remington sculptures, and the way he would make these horses' muscle appear and beautiful, and also, Michelangelo's marbles. So all kinds of artists all across the board, and even photography, wonderful wildlife photography, that really made me realize, all right, I want to capture these animals without everything else around it, just the animal, and have people focus on their beauty.
Gentlemen, there's one each have gone already. There's only two available of this, So this is number 2. That's why I put number 2 underneath it. That was the second one. This is the first one, number 1. So 2 available on number 2, 2 available on number 1. I released the price to the phone team. They've gone already. Ladies and gentlemen, I said I'd bring it under $750. I spoke with John. He stuck his neck on the line. He's a good boy like that. We're bringing it under $6. I'm even bringing it under $5. 475, no buyer's premium. Get on the phone now. 475, the inaugural pieces. There's only 2 of these, and now there's only 2 of these. Well done to both our bidders there. Here is Mitch. Mitch, what do you think of that for the limited edition? 475 only.
Well, I want to get on the phone myself. I love this type of artwork to begin with. As I said, living where I live, quite literally just down the street in the field yesterday was a herd of about 150 elk. And it's the spring is an amazing time up here in the mountains because we have, of course, the migration. And so some of the animals are coming out of the mountains and down into the fields, and so it always is a wonderful time. Now, just for interest's sake, can you go and show my screen? This is who Ashley was referring to. This is the great Remington, and Remington was known for creating these beautiful bronze sculptures that had, many of them were cowboy images, but some were just horses, and they had an extraordinary amount of detail. So that's who Ashley was talking about when she was referring to Remington in that video. Let's go ahead and go back to the work. So once again, the other thing about these pieces is you look at these images, even though they're prints, the amount of detail that is coming through is, well, it's just nothing short. It's nothing short of spectacular. These are really, really stunning pieces, that's for sure. We talked a little bit about who some of your heroes were, so we've answered some of that questions. At one point, one of the things you said in your video, or the video that we show on the news program, some of the projects that are kind of near and dear to your heart. Some of the major projects, like with I think you had said you're working with the Atlanta Zoo. I'm just curious if you could give us a little bit of an insight on some of the projects you're currently working with or you're hoping to work with in the future. Somebody was asking about that. Outside of your art, what are some of the projects that you are involved with or will be involved with?
Thank you for that question. I'm involved with many conservation organizations, trying to get more relationship with many more conservations. But locally, I am working with the zoo and working with their events, and I will be participating in hopefully more future events, but pretty soon in June, I will be live painting at the zoo and try to bring in as many people as possible, and also donating the money I raise towards the animals, taking care of them, and also for conservation purposes. I am in communication with National Park Rescue, and we will be working together on trying to make conservation as popular as possible, because scientifically lately, conservation has been pretty distant because even though scientifically it's really important, I feel like there needs to be a more emotional part of it so that people can resonate and feel empathy and wanting to rescue and help all the animals, especially from poaching. So it is about trying to get more rangers out there and try to protect our national parks and our natural world so that our animals can live again, so we can, so for future generations still have animals. So our projects in the future will be figuring out different ways to travel the world and try to raise awareness and raise our voices.
And do you have a charity that you support at all with wildlife?
So, especially with National Park Rescue, we're going to be doing many charities to be able to help and rescue the African elephants.
When you're talking with them,
yes.
The show, from Ray, from myself, from all the team here, we would like to help your charity.
Absolutely.
And raise money for the wildlife. So we will make some donation and possibly even maybe Ray or myself even come and do the auction for you. So whenever you're having your conversation with the wildlife team, please let them know from us.
Thank you so much.
And we'll do our best to help you.
It's new and developing, so you'll be hearing more about it soon. But thank you so much. That is very generous.
Oh, pleasure. Thank you very much. Ashley Rader, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to move on. So Ashley, have a little rest for a second. And now, John, are there any left here?
There's one available on each, actually.
Only one of this and one of this, then that's it. They're sold out. $475, no buyer's premium. $475. Just ask for number 1, Dominance, or number 2, the other one. I forgot the title. Halcyon. Halcyon is the title, ladies and gentlemen. So number 1 is Dominance, number 2 is Halcyon, the one with the gold leaf. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on. We've got a very quick video, and then our next major original. And if you're an equestrian person, wait until you see this piece. It is off the charts, crazy, unbelievable. Here is a quick video.
I was really excited to incorporate gold leaf. For the first 3 years, I did nothing but just black and white, but I wanted to take it to a next level. And I thought, all right, how can I make this pop, bring this contrast and bring more attention to the beauty of this animal? And I started with this specific stag, and I spent a good amount of time on that. But once I released it to the public and I got a lot of good feedback from it, I thought, all right, this is my thing. I'm gonna keep going with gold. And I realized it really is hard to find a good use for gold leaf in art while I was exploring different art mediums. But the black and white, I realized, all right, this is it. It's great. I'm gonna stick with it for a while.
You were telling me just before the interview that you're currently working on a painting that's taken you nearly 1 year of your time on and off amongst your other projects, but that's going to be literally a jumbo painting.
Yes, it is. So I am doing the same concept, but I'm doing a 8.5 to 9 foot tall elephant. It's about 6 feet wide. It's front on, and it's going to be melting with gold all over it as well. With the tusk, it's going to be pretty impressive.
Gentlemen, and this is the piece I was talking about. Look at that. Give it a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, this is amazing, amazing work. Ash, sorry, you didn't even have a chance to have a drink there, but I'm going to ask you to come back on. We're a little short of time, and let's learn all about this amazing equestrian piece. I mean, how did you manage to get the horse to stand still?
I told it to stay very still, and I'll give it money and food.
Well, okay, I do the same, by the way. Okay, here's Ash.
Thank you. So this horse painting is actually my mother's favorite, so she's hurting inside right now. But a really cool story about this painting is that the Booth Western Art Museum in Cartersville actually noticed me because of this painting. And this is the painting where I first decided to try tiny little first strokes. So if you look around the face, it is very, very small, little stipples, almost like pointillism. And this had two different textures because before this I was painting tigers and lions and had long fur strokes, but for this one I wanted to figure out how to layer doing shorter strokes and try to make it look like you can actually feel it. But horses are something I've painted and drawn all my life. So I wanted to get the anatomy right. I wanted to feel like you can see how the fur sits, how the skin folds and everything. So this was a really fun challenge, and it took me a long time to paint this one, especially because I wanted it to be perfect. And using the shadows and having the mane kind of come out of the shadows, it's one of the most fun painting I have done so far, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, fun. If you had fun doing that.
Yes, I did.
You did have fun.
Especially because I love horses. I've ridden horses all my life, especially as a child. I used to jump horses, do equestrian, so it's...
Yeah, you weren't at the Kentucky Derby the other day, were you?
I wish.
Yeah.
I wish.
I think I would have put my money on you. I think
I would love to wear that.
The weight on the horse would have been about perfect.
I would have been perfect. They told me I would have been perfect.
They wanted me to be a jockey, but you know, I grew out of it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is absolutely stunning, and I've had many collectors over the years who, you know, I've dealt with some major artists, and there was one artist in particular. He was from Poland, and he was an amazing artist with sort of Greek mythology, you know, sort of Romanesque figures, but also did horses. And in that part of Europe, the horses, naturally, that's how the world got around, wasn't it? So the horse is a very central part of the culture. So I actually commissioned him to do a painting for one of my clients, who his wife was a leading equestrian rider, you know, the 3-day eventing?
Yes.
So there are people that absolutely adore horses, and I think we're going to find someone across America now who's going to adore your version of the horse. And I don't think the artist I mentioned, I think he was rather good, because his painting actually hangs in the Vatican Museum now. But I can see your works in private collections, in corporate collections, in a museum collection in the future. I wouldn't be surprised if a museum is going to ask you to come and do a show in the next year or two, which is a major achievement as a living artist. Not many people get to do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give Ashley a moment or two whilst you think about this piece. And Mitch, what are your thoughts on the painting? Let Ashley have a rest now for a moment, and we'll get you back. Thank you so much, Ashley. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take it over to Mitch in a second. Let me just do your certificate of authenticity. Have I got the right certificate here, John? You are a good boy. Ladies and gentlemen, Ash Rader then. This is Power. Yep. It definitely is Power. It's an original acrylic and oil painting on canvas, hand signed on the lower left. Yep. A unique work created in her Atlanta studio. Ladies and gentlemen, I said before, now, John, I would like to dim the lights. Let's just focus on this, and let's, camera team, focus on the artwork, and we'll let you enjoy the art for a second without all the graphics. The bid is currently $5,750. I just saw there, John, is that correct? 6,000, thank you. 6,000 is the current bid. It's a major piece. Let me just measure this before it goes over to Mitch. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running short of time, so get your bids in now. This one is a major, major work. I'm putting that in at 39 across. 39. This is a 4-foot ruler, and it doesn't even make it. I'm going to call it 50. 50 by 39. Ladies and gentlemen, that is stunning. Let's just leave the lighting like that for a moment. What's the bid at the moment, John?
7,000.
7,000 is the current bid. Get bidding. I'll let it focus for 30 seconds. Look at that piece. Here is Mitch. 30 seconds and we'll bring the graphics back.
All I can really say is when this piece was unveiled. Just stunning. I mean, really, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, stunning. And on a side note, I wanted to read something for you because I've always been aware of this. Did you know that horses are considered the single most difficult animal to paint? That when we talk about from a technical point of view, and it's because of their complex anatomy. And another thing that has always been talked about is understanding how light interacts with their coat and how to render their fur can be very, very challenging. Now, one of the things, Richard just read my mind. Oh my gosh, did he read my mind? One of the things we talk about a lot on our show is the difference between luminescent works and works that are not luminescent. Now, do you remember the rule? What's the rule about luminism? And remember, just to kind of, on a side note, what was Thomas Kinkade called? The painter of light, because he had mastered the concept of luminism. Now, black absorbs light absolutely. I mean, 100%. You shine a light on a black canvas and nothing comes back. It absorbs it. Where the color white refracts light and sends it back out. So one of the things I was going to ask the team to do is adjust the light a little bit, which we've already kind of done. We've brought the light down a little bit. And what happens when the light gets adjusted on a piece like this, all of those little tiny brush strokes of white, the hair in the mane, all of those little, and remember, it's thousands of them. You can see it's thousands of them. What those tiny little flecks of white do is they refract light. So this piece, I will tell you right now, whoever's the successful bidder, you need to have this under a light, an art light, but especially if you have a dimmer. It'll look amazing during the day, but this piece at night is going to really pop, because as you bring that dimmer down, remember, all white, the color white needs is the tiniest little bit of light to push that light back out. Richard, back to you.
Sean, I'm in the fortunate position of being able to give you the number 2. Remember, number 1 has been kept by Ash's publishers. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have number 2 available for you, and we're going to include that as a gift with the original. We're currently at 12,000. Who's our top bidder, John? California on the magnificent equestrian piece. It's called Power, and this is the Power piece, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, it's what I call the Power couple. Ladies and gentlemen, 12,000 with California. Here is Mitch. Last chance, 1 minute with Mitch, then the hammer comes down.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, just to reiterate, when you're looking at a piece like this, you don't really truthfully need me all that much, do you? This is a piece that just anyone can take one look at and go, wow, that's just magnificent. And as that, I love that little write-up I just read right there, that horses, the most difficult animal there are to paint, and one of the primary reasons was the fact that they're short-haired. Now look at the differences. Stop right there for 1 second if you could. This is one of the things that Ashley was talking about. Go back just a little bit. Notice how there are subtle, very, very subtle little spots where black is being used against the white hair. So it's both. It's not just brush strokes of white. There's also elements of black highlights. So you can go ahead, and that's just something that caught my eye right away, because it wouldn't look like a horse if all of the coloring of each and every brushstroke was the same. Where I see Ashley's genius, and right there on the nose, look at the nose of the horse, the shades of light. We know it's black and white. We know this painting is black and white. But as we're scanning through, look at all the changes in the shades. And it's the shades that give the look that the horse is real. And then, of course, I love this. When we get to the top, when we get to the mane, look at the unbelievable difference. Now, I am guessing, this is where I'm guessing, and Ashley would tell me if I'm right or wrong. Let's bring the camera to the right a little bit. And I've seen masterful artists do this type of thing, but what a pressure cooker. Look at each of those hair, the main hair. That is, from what I understand, and Ashley, tell me if I'm wrong, done in a single stroke. That is a single flowing stroke, each one. And how perfect that has to be to maintain the curve of that stroke. Can't make a mistake. That each one of those curves have to be perfect. Richard, back to you.
15,000 is bid and we're selling at 15,000. 15,000 on sale and with you at 15,000. 15,000 Connecticut. Last chance, you're the underbidder, it's with you. Line 5. 15,000 is bid on the Power Couple. It's called Power, but you've got both of them, so it's now called the Power Couple. Ladies and gentlemen, 15,000 is bid. 15,000 on the amazing work of Ash Rader at 15,000, and it's going at 15,000, selling once, 15,000, selling twice. Sold! 15,000, well done! Oh, amazing. What a piece, John. And could someone give John a hand with the next work of art? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a very quick video. Wait till you see the next work. Here it is.
So I have some big plans and big dreams. I want to help wildlife as much as I can. I want to help with conservation, nature, wildlife, national parks, do whatever I can to really impact the world. I want people to focus, look at these beautiful animals and think, oh, okay, yeah, I'm not looking at a beautiful picture. It's, they have these emotions in them. When I paint them, their eyes, I try to make it so that people can resonate with wildlife and kind of pay more attention to what's around us in the world and the beauty of it. Yeah. So I hope that my art will kind of make a big impact with nature. Also, even work with scientists. I know this is kind of wild, but I've always been interested in science and biology. I wanted to be a veterinarian at one point in my life. And biology is just something that I've always been interested in, I've always been drawn to. So I imagine myself traveling with scientists studying sea lions in Australia, or even the sharks, saving tiger sharks in Hawaii with Ocean Ramsey. All these wonderful people doing these big jobs that nobody really pays attention to. I would love to travel with them and try to bring that awareness.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what do they say in show business? You save the best till last. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final original of the night. Let's see the piece, John. Absolutely fantastic. Look at that. Give her a round of applause. Ash, come and join me here. Come and join me here, and let's hear all about this piece. This must have taken you 6 months to do. Unbelievable. Anyway, here she is, ladies and gentlemen. We're short of time, so let's start the bidding, and it is the final major original of the night.
Thank you. This painting was a very challenging painting. I probably would say is the most challenging, and I would joke and say that this one gave me carpal tunnel. But I'm joking, I don't have carpal tunnel, but every now and then my wrist would tell me I need to take breaks. So I've taken many breaks with this one, and with this painting I had to revisit other paintings just so I don't lose my mind with this one. But getting the condensation of the breath was really important, and just the simplicity and the direction, and make sure I had a bunch of different angles going. I had a lot of thought into the composition of this piece, and it was a lot of fun, but it's the most dynamic piece that I've painted, and the velvet texture in the antlers was the most challenging part, and it's something I really wanted to give a shot. I've tried various different brushes for this, but the tiniest, I had to cut a tiny little brush. The brush I had only had probably 10 little hairs on it, but I cut it down to about 3. So I had to manipulate my tools and play with it and try to come up with different textures for this one, but it was a very, very fun experimental piece, and I hope that everybody enjoys it just as much as I do. The velvet, I've actually had to revisit it a year later because I felt like it wasn't exactly there yet, but revisiting in the places where there's highlights and making sure that you see the form of the antler, make sure it didn't look flat. So it was a lot of fun playing with highlights and shadows. And elk, of course, is a really cool animal to observe, and the noises they make, and it's something that I would love to see out in the wild. I haven't seen elk out in the wild yet. I hope to visit Yellowstone soon, and it's definitely one of the animals that I find very magnificent, and I needed to paint it.
You spent your childhood going all over the world, and obviously Mama is from South Korea. I mean, I've been to Seoul when I was young. I was in the Merchant Navy and I went all around the world. But Seoul, I nearly missed the ship actually in Seoul. Oh, I had to run. I didn't know how to wave down. I didn't know how to get a taxi. There were 4 of us on the ship. Anyway, we nearly missed it. We had to run all the way. And the ship, when the ship leaves port, they sound the horn.
Yep.
We could hear it. They were just about to leave and they were pulling up the gangway. And we'd never been to South Korea. This was the first time I did a world cruise. But anyway, my point was, are there any animals in South Korea that you would really love to, create in your unique style? And maybe, I don't know I know you've got major gallery interest in Seoul. And if you didn't know, ladies and gentlemen, Seoul is one of the leading places in the world now for very, very high level art collectors. You know more about it than I do.
Yes, I don't have art in Korea yet, but there are animals that I really want to create, and I'm in communication and trying to get some art out there and try to get some more international
Your publishing team are
exactly.
very busy, aren't they? Yeah.
But I do have many plans for the animals around, my hometown, especially swallows and magpies. I love magpies. Every time I see them, it reminds me of childhood and the mountains and visiting my grandmother.
Really?
So I want to do a painting, a giant one, maybe almost a mural size, full of magpies flying around. So
yeah.
So various animals in one canvas. That's in my future. Especially with those.
You said mural size. I mean, your works, because of the detail,
yes.
They take so long to do. I mean, you would need to get a visa for about 6 months to go to, you don't need one for Korea, but wherever you go in the world to do a mural, it's going to take you months and months to do it. I mean, but your style is so unique, and I'd like to congratulate our first 3 bidders. Well done on collecting these amazing works. We're going to get dedications on the first 4 originals ever auctioned in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to say we saved the best till last because they're all beautiful. How you do them is phenomenal. But ladies and gentlemen, let's take it to the certificate of authenticity. Thank you, my dear.
Thank you.
What a great work. This is stunning. I don't know how you do it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Ash. We are going to the certificate of authenticity then. This one is called Ascendance, and it is the original acrylic and oil painting on canvas, hand signed on the lower right. A unique work. It was created in her Atlanta studio. Ladies and gentlemen, the highly desirable work of the wonderful Ash Rader. Up next with Mitch, you've got 2 minutes. It's the final piece of the night from Ash. Here he is.
Now, Ashley, I've got to tell you, as I listen to you talk, you just have no idea how much we kind of have in common. There's a few things I wanted I'll kind of go through, but I wanted to explain one thing to our audience that you may not know. Could you show my screen real quick? Deer and elk have something in common, and that is they shed their horns every year. And when they come back as velvet. And so that's before they harden. And so this is kind of a unique article. It is the fastest growing tissue in the world, is the velvet of an elk or a deer. And so for Ashley to try to capture that is, as she said, very, very challenging. And then ironically, Ashley, I live right about here in Park City, Utah. And every winter we get this. We get about 100 to 300 elk that come out in this field that you can just drive by and get right next to them. My home's right over here, and there's the ski resort, Park City Mountain. And this field, every winter, we get about 2,000 elk moving through at different times. So if you ever want to come out and see elk, you're welcome to come and visit Park City, and we'll introduce you to them. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and go back to the piece. So when you look at a piece like this, and when Ashley's talking about the challenge of getting the horns just right. And then the other thing that's so cool, when you see elk in the wintertime and they breathe, of course, they're big mammals. They produce an enormous amount of heat. And so when they breathe, you can really see their breath coming out. And that was one of the things that Ashley was referring to, is there's several things about this painting that, once again, if I were to call Ashley a master of something, I'd certainly call her a master of texture, because all of these different things have different types of texture that she's capturing in the same image. Richard, back to you.
This painting is so big, we're going to have to move it back to get the other one in. No, John, there we go. Thank you very much. We're going to have to put it on the angle like that. You've got the print. You've got number 2, ladies and gentlemen, with the number 2 in the world, with the large original. Her publishers have reserved number 1 for her future museum. Ladies and gentlemen, number 2 print going with the largest wildlife painting I have ever seen in my life, ladies and gentlemen. Focus on the art for a second. It's the last chance. You've got 1 minute with Mitch, then the wonderful piece here. And I just got to remind myself of the title is the title of this one. Ascendance. Thank you so much. Ascendance. And we are selling now. 1 minute with Mitch. And let's bring back the graphics. Here we go.
Now, in just this minute, I have one other question that a viewer has asked that I think it's an interesting question for Ashley. And that is, you put so much of your heart into these pieces. I mean, so much of your blood, sweat, and tears. This viewer wants to know, have you ever created a painting that when you were done with it, you took one look at it and said, I'm sorry, I can't sell this. This one's going in my house. I mean, I've heard from a lot of artists, parting with their art is one of the most difficult things there is. Has there ever been a piece that you just thought to yourself, I can't part with that. I can't do it?
Yes. Actually, there are 2, and one I am giving away tonight. And one of them was the horse painting, and I have a painting which was the very first one I've ever done that started, not the first one I've ever done as an artist, but out of the series, and it was a lion painting. So that's the first one that launched my whole series, my whole collection and mission and just ideas. And that one is hanging in my house, and I'm not sure if I want to sell it in the future. I want to hold on to it as long as possible. And I thought one day, if I feel like I made it in life, I feel very proud of myself, maybe in the future I will sell it and potentially donate it, but we'll see. It's near and dear to me, so I want to hold on to it as long as possible.
Well, thank you very much, and it is time to say goodbye. It's going to a new collector. Where are they from, John?
New York.
New York, okay. Any of these in New York?
They're not in New York.
Well, there will be next week.
It would be nice to look at one in New York.
There will be one in New York. Maybe they live in New York State. 16.5 on sale with you. You got 30 seconds with me now. Thank you, and what a great success she's been. Give her a big round of applause. Have a little rest, and ladies and gentlemen, it's the final chance now. Bring the lights up, John. 16.5. 16.5 with New York then at 16.5. Here is Mitch, your final chance. You got 30 seconds with Mitch, then I'm selling.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, as I look at a piece like this, and I won't bother Ashley with any other questions, but you know, one of the things that pops into my mind as I look at this, if we can get close up on the elk, one of the things that I have heard from many artists over the years is one of the biggest challenges is knowing when something is done, because artists are always in pursuit of perfection. Right? They're always in pursuit of perfection. So they could come back to a piece the next day that they said, okay, it's done, I'm done. They come back and they look at it and they go, well, maybe I can add a little bit more here, add a little bit more there. I imagine for Ashley, that must be a real challenge because, for example, right now what you're looking at, the velvet on the horns. Take a look, and can you stop for just 1 second? Look at those brush strokes there. That's why I wanted you to stop. How fine is each and every one of those brushstrokes? They are positively tiny as Ashley is trying to capture the illusion of velvet. And she's done it so beautifully, the different shades. But as I was saying, you can go ahead and continue with your scan. But imagine from Ashley's point of view, looking at something like this and finally being able to say, okay, enough. I'm not going to touch this anymore. That must be a very difficult thing to do, but what a stunning work. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, it's been a pleasure to be here. I'm going to say goodnight, and thank you very much, Ashley. It's been a pleasure to meet you as well. And I'm going to say goodnight, and I'll see you all next week. Back to you, Richard.
Thank you, Mitch. Good night. Thank you. What a great job as always. 17.5. 17.5 I'm selling. 17.5. 17.5 and the pair go at 17.5. Anyone else? Last call, last chance. Last call, last chance. 17.5. It's going once. 17.5. 18,000, thank you. 18,000 bid. 18, where are they from, John? 18,000. 18,000 bid. 18,000. 18,000 Colorado. 18,000. Now, John, I've got to do something crazy. We're going to continue the bidding with that, but I'm going to give everyone else the chance to bid on these. 475. I've got three of these. 475, the horse. Number 1. 475, number 2, 475. Currently we're at 18,000 on this, and we're just about to go off air. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been a marvellous audience. 18,000, Colorado in the lead at the moment on the pair there, ladies and gentlemen. But don't forget, 3 of these available, 3 of these available. 475, no buyer's premium. Call in now. I can do no more in the amount of time we had. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the show. Once again, Ashley, just come up here for a second. Thank you very much. Give her a big round of applause on your debut, a sellout. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear. We'll see her again, hopefully in the near future. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you next weekend. Look after yourselves. Have a great week. Thank you, Ash, and thank you to all the team. Good night, America. The bid goes on. Warm welcome to the show. It is the Fine Art Auction, and welcome to the auction gallery.
And the way we put it together gives you a great opportunity to actually get them all. It's the best of the best. The silver proof Ikes.
What a great collection. What a great show. What a great night. My name's Ray Taylor, and I'll see you at the auction.